Chapter 363. As the light faded, a goo landed in Fang Yuan's palm. This was water cage goo. It was specially used to capture wild goo worms and had a miraculous effect. The hairy man opposite him was still in the process of goo refinement. When he saw that Fang Yuan was done, he let out a roar of despair. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky and with a crack he was killed. Similar to King Quan inheritance, King Xian inheritance was also incomparably cruel. Every step a goo master took, they had to tread on blood and death. Fang Yuan sighed as he stored the water cage goo and continued to move forward. If he remembered correctly, this was the 32nd round of King Xian inheritance. King Xian inheritance was a refinement path inheritance. With every 10 rounds, the difficulty would increase, and the hairy men that appeared would become smarter and stronger. In the first 20 rounds, Fang Yuan could rely on words to flatter the hairy men and disturb their mental states, causing them to fail in their goo refinement and winning without a fight. But at the 30th round, these hairy men had huge bodies and outstanding intelligence. Fang Yuan could only compete with them personally. But fortunately, the goo refinement materials for the first 20 rounds were all in Fang Yuan's hands, giving Fang Yuan ample choice when refining goo. These goo refinement materials could be saved and used as capital for the following rounds. This was also a trick that King Xian left behind when he set up the inheritance back then. Even in Fang Yuan's previous life, this trick was only announced a year later and was widely known by everyone. It was kept a secret now, and even if someone figured out this trick, it would only be a small number. Fang Yuan continued to move forward like this. Relying on the rich accumulation in his hands, as well as the love from his previous life, he managed to achieve better results than King Quan's inheritance. And after the 40th round, King Xian inheritance's difficulty increased by several times. At this time, the goo masters could use one of their goo worms. But in King Xian inheritance, only refinement path goo could be used. Fang Yuan did not have any refinement path goo worms, and the materials he had were almost used up. He started to feel the difficulty of moving forward. Every stage was extremely difficult to pass. But fortunately, after the 40th round, King Xian inheritance would give goo masters corresponding rewards. These rewards, there were refinement path goo worms, recipes, yuan stone and so on. It was very generous. Fang Yuan made it to the 44th stage and received a chance to be teleported out. He grabbed hold of this opportunity and retreated from King Xian's legacy. The time taken to clear the trial this time was much longer than King Quan's inheritance. Returning to Xianxia Mountain, Fang Yuan noticed that the Tai clan's purple barrier was still standing. The 4 elders of the Tai clan were very patient and did not enter the 3 kings' inheritance. Bai Ningbing was still trapped. As for the 3 light pillars on the mountain peak, they had already shrunk beyond recognition and were only as thick as the mouth of a bowl. However, as long as the pillar of light existed, even if it was as thin as a needle, it meant that the door was not closed, and one could still enter. However, every time it was opened, no matter which inheritance it is, a goo master can only enter it once. Fang Yuan found Li Xian. Carry out another transaction. Li Xian was secretly surprised that Fang Yuan could take out so many things. I have some bad news for you. Tai clan's 4 old-timers have already requested reinforcements from the clan. Tai clan has already sent a group of strong reinforcements. They might harm you. Fang Yuan was not surprised. Tai clan's 4 old-timers' actions were within his expectations. Oh? Who are the strong reinforcements? The leader is Tai clan's Tai Ba Xiu. He is a strength path goo master with rank 4 upper stage cultivation. Other than that, there is also Tai Ruanan. This girl is one of the 8 young masters of Tai clan, a rising star who has been in the limelight for the last 2 years. Tai clan's 8 young masters are all dragons and phoenixes among men. Especially this Tai Ruanan. She is the daughter of Tai clan's divine investigator Tai Shueleng, and has already reached rank 4 initial stage at such a young age. Li Xian emphasized on Tai Ruanan towards these strong reinforcements of Tai clan. On the contrary, he did not introduce Tai Ba Xiu much. Tai Ba Xiu was already a famous person, everyone knew about him. But Tai Ruanan was a rising star, She could only be said to have some fame and had not reached the level where everyone in southern border knew about her. Li Xian did not know that Fang Yuan was very familiar with Tai Ruanan. As expected, she also advanced to rank 4. Tai Ba Xiu, Tai clan really sent this person, just like in my previous life. Fang Yuan pondered in his heart. Li Xian had been observing Fang Yuan's expression, and seeing that Fang Yuan's expression was very calm, he felt even more fearful. Little Beast is Wang Da's man. Once Tai clan's reinforcements arrive, Tai clan's 4 old-timers will be able to deal with Bai Ningbing. If you make a move now, it is still not too late. Li Xian advised with a sincere expression. Li Xian, please pay more attention to the following transaction. Fang Yuan smiled and left the cave. Once Fang Yuan left, Li Xian's expression sank. His small eyes flickered with sharp light. I have already fanned the flames, but this little beast king can still sit still? Is he really not worried about his companion's safety? Don't tell me his relationship with Bai Ningbing is not as close as the rumors say? No, Bai Ningbing is so beautiful. As a man, he will definitely go and save her. It seems I need to contact Hu Mei Er. To him, fanning the flames had already become an instinct. Only by watching them fight and fishing in troubled waters could he obtain greater benefits. Is this true? Hu Mei Er's eyes shone with excitement when she heard Li Xian's news. Why would I lie to my little sweetheart? Li Xian smiled as he touched Hu Mei Er's waist. Hu Mei Er laughed charmingly and threw herself into Li Xian's embrace, acting spoiled. Brotherly loves me the most. A round bead was quietly lying in Fang Yuan's palm. It was completely golden in color and was only the size of a thumb. In the dim light of the cave, it emitted a faint metallic luster. This was a yellow gold relic gu, a rank 4 gu worm. This gu was strictly controlled by all the clans in the market. Even Li Xian would find it difficult to get his hands on it. Because of this gu, it could directly raise a rank 4 gu master's realm by a small realm. Rank 4 and rank 5 were already the clan's higher-ups. A yellow gold relic gu could change the situation of the higher-ups. I can be considered lucky this time. In King Xian inheritance, I actually obtained a yellow gold relic gu as a reward. Fang Yuan sighed and activated this gu with a thought. The yellow gold relic gu immediately turned into a golden light and entered Fang Yuan's aperture. In Fang Yuan's aperture, 90% of his primeval sea was fluctuating. At the center, the spring-autumn cicada was faintly discernible. The moment the yellow gold relic gu entered, it was firmly suppressed by the spring-autumn cicada's aura. Fang Yuan could only let the spring-autumn cicada hide before manipulating the yellow gold relic gu. A ball of golden light immediately spread and enveloped the entire aperture. It converged with the bright golden primeval sea. The 4 walls of the aperture were also being nourished. After a night like this, when the morning sun shone on Xianxia Mountain, Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Rank 4 middle stage. If he used 9 Eyes Liquor Worm, he would possess rank 4 upper stage essence gold primeval essence. At this moment, he had officially surpassed Bai Ningbing and caught up in terms of cultivation. At the same time, the aperture's sturdiness could withstand more of the spring-autumn cicada's pressure. This caused the life-reaping talisman, spring-autumn cicada, to be slightly delayed for a period of time. Next, it is time to refine gu. Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to activate the liquor worm, but took out a gu. This gu was like a quail egg-sized bone ball. On its surface, there were alternating black and white stripes and zebra stripes. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing had once used this to escape to heaven. That's right, this was the footless bird gu. Although it was only rank 3, it could travel 10,000 li in a day and was a first-rate moving mount below rank 5. But it also had a major flaw: it could only fly once. When it landed, it would be the moment of death. This footless bird gu was the reward Fang Yuan obtained from King Xian inheritance. 9 palace flower, aspiration stone, golden crow essence, frost grass. Fang Yuan threw in the materials one by one, and at the same time, threw in yuan stone at intervals. Most of these gu refinement materials were saved from King Xian's inheritance, while the rest were purchased from Li Xian. He used up over 180,000 yuan stone to refine the gu. Bone Wings Gu. Rank 4 Gu, shaped like a feather, pure white and flawless. Its body was made of bone and was as light as a feather. With a thought from Fang Yuan, this Gu flew to his back and spread out, forming two pairs of folded wings that covered almost all of Fang Yuan's back. Then he mobilized his primeval essence and poured it into the bone wings Gu. An intense pain assaulted him, and countless bone spikes grew on Fang Yuan's spine and ribs. The bone spikes pierced through his flesh and extended out, intersecting and forming two large bone wings. These bone wings were like the wings of a bird, wide and long. When folded, the tail could even touch the ground. One had to know that the current Fang Yuan had a true 8 feet tall body. Swoosh! With a light sound, the bone wings spread out. The cave immediately did not seem so spacious. Ordinary bone wings were pure white in color. But now, Fang Yuan's bone wings were not only black like ink, but also emitted a metallic luster, like steel and iron. This was because Fang Yuan's bones were extraordinary and had the effect of the iron bone Gu. At the same time, he had been using the rank 4 essence iron bone Gu recently. This caused Fang Yuan's bone wings to be far stronger than others. Rather than saying it was a pure bone wing, it was better to say it was an iron bone wing. Fang Yuan waved his hand lightly, and with a whooshing sound, a strong whirlwind started blowing. The bone wings could be used at will, like a natural part of the body. Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Ordinary Gu masters were very cautious when using the bone wings Gu. They often needed 2 to 3 years of training before they could use it to fly. If they were to use it for battle, the training time would be even longer, at least 5 years. After all, humans walked on the ground and were not flying creatures. But Fang Yuan did not have such a problem. In his previous life's 500 years of experience, he had also left behind a huge amount of wealth in the aspect of flying. It could be imagined that if he suddenly used it, the enemy would be caught unprepared. Newly advanced cultivation, bone wings Gu, these were Fang Yuan's new trump cards. Chapter 364. The group of 7 silently ran in the forest. We have been rushing day and night these days. We are already very close to Xianxia Mountain. Tai Ba Xiu thought as he ran, crossing mountain rocks and tree roots. He was tall and sturdy, with a square face and a resolute expression, giving people a feeling of reliability. He had rank 4 upper stage cultivation and was famous in southern border. When he was young, he was not welcomed in the clan and was ostracized, forced to wander outside. In the end, he encountered a righteous path Gu master inheritance and turned to strength path, making a name for himself. Now, he was a famous figure in the righteous path, possessing rank 5 Gu, Earth Overlord. People called him Present Age Overlord, with battle strength surpassing ordinary rank 4 peak stage. On Xianxia Mountain, there are currently 5 rank 4 peak stage. They are Long Qing Tian, Yichong, Kong Ri Tian, Wushen Tong and Yihua. Among them, Yihua has outstanding battle strength and is the most important opponent. But other than them, there will be more and more powerful figures joining the fray. I wonder what Tai Ruanan plans to do. Thinking of this, Tai Ba Xiu turned around and looked at Tai Ruanan who was running beside him. Although he had outstanding battle strength, the team sent by the clan this time was not led by him, but by a young junior, Tai Ruanan. After Tai Ruanan returned to the clan, she worked hard and displayed extremely strong aptitude and talent. Now, she was one of the 8 young masters of Tai clan. She was meticulous and perceptive, gradually gaining the title of Little Divine Investigator. She was the strongest rising star of Tai clan in recent years. She was gradually rising and was the center of attention. This time, when the 4 old-timers of Tai clan requested help, the clan made an exception and appointed Tai Ruanan as the leader of the team. Even a famous elder like Tai Ba Xiu had to listen to her instructions. It could be seen how much Tai clan's higher-ups had high expectations of her. Tai Ba Xiu only took a glance before retracting his gaze. He did not mind or feel any jealousy towards the clan's arrangements. Tai Ba Xiu was extremely loyal to the clan. For the clan's future hope, he was willing to assist and become the stepping stone. In fact, when he was in trouble, he had received divine investigator Tai Shueleng's help. Tai Ba Xiu had always been grateful. These days of traveling, Tai Ba Xiu felt Tai Ruanan's excellence. As expected of the divine investigator's daughter, Brother Shueleng, you have a successor, you can rest in peace. Tai Ba Xiu was filled with gratification. He was very satisfied with Tai Ruanan. Not only did he admire her talent in cultivation, but he also valued her leadership ability. Beside Tai Ruanan, there was a group of outstanding young Gu masters. Let's not talk about others, just look at this group of people. Tai Mu, a rank 3 peak stage Gu master. He had a delicate appearance and was brimming with talent. He was recruited by many parties, but chose to side with Tai Ruanan. Tai Aokai was at rank 3 upper stage. Don't be fooled by his dazed expression, as if he had not woken up yet. In fact, his scouting ability was top-notch and he was very strong. There was also Tai Dao Ku. He was adept at offense and had outstanding battle prowess. He had once served another young master before being recruited by Tai Ruanan. Tai Xianxia, one of the clan beauties of the clan. She was young and beautiful, and her defense was praised by the clan elders. These talents were gathered under Tai Ruanan's command, and they would become her foundation in the future. Tai Ba Xiu could already see this foundation continuously growing, strengthening, and finally assisting Tai Ruanan to ascend to the position of patriarch. Each of the Tai family's 8 young masters had a chance to compete for the position of patriarch. As she ran at top speed, the light and shadow in her field of vision changed, sprinkling down waves of green, flowing on Tai Ruanan's face. Her long and slender legs displayed the youthful beauty of youth as she ran. After these years of training, Tai Ruanan had clearly matured. Her eyebrows were straight like swords, and her eyes were bright like the stars. As she looked around, she gave off a fierce aura. Her thick eyelashes cast a shadow, covering the resolute light in her eyes. Xianxia Mountain. She muttered this name in her heart. She had heard of the news regarding the 3 kings' inheritance long ago, and knew that Xianxia Mountain had already become the center of attention of the whole southern border. The whirlpool of conflict devoured all lives, and engulfed countless people of the demonic path and righteous path. Originally, Tai Ruanan did not want to participate, but an unexpected piece of information made her understand that there was a hidden story on Qing Mao Mountain. Her father, Tai Shueleng, died on Qing Mao Mountain, a fallen hero. This matter concerned her father, she had to go. Thus, she personally accepted the order and rushed to Xianxia Mountain. Baining Bing, Fang Yuan, I will investigate the truth of what happened on Qing Mao Mountain. The group moved forward. A group of 7 people, displaying a standard battle formation. The investigative Gu master Tai Aokai was at the front, Tai Ruanan and Tai Ba Xiu were in the middle, the healing Gu master was at the back, and Tai Xianxia, who was in charge of defense, was beside him. No matter how the terrain changed, the battle formation did not show any signs of chaos. No matter what happened, this group could react quickly and not be caught unprepared. Who is it? Suddenly, Tai Aokai, who was at the front, stopped and shouted loudly, giving a warning. There was a situation. The whole group stopped abruptly, and the group changed rapidly. The formation was slightly adjusted, reaching the optimal position. They were tightly united, but also slightly scattered, leaving a path of retreat. They could advance and attack, and retreat and defend. One person with his arms crossed stood on a huge rock, looking down at the group. He was tall, with a broad back and a thin waist. Although the muscles on his body were not ridiculously bulky, they still gave people a feeling of sturdiness and strength. He was dressed in a tight black robe. Although he was standing alone, he was like a towering mountain in front of him. Especially his pair of black eyes, they were as deep as an abyss, giving off a feeling of unfathomable depth. Fang Jing. Seeing this person, Tai Ruanan's pupils shrunk, blurting out. That's right, the person was Fang Yuan. Tai Ruanan, we meet again. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a faint smile, revealing a trace of callousness in his calmness. Little Beast King. Tai Ba Xiu squinted, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. The other 5 were on high alert, as if they were facing a great enemy. They were familiar with the relevant information, and knew that this person in front of them was a rising star of the demonic path. His battle strength was strong, and his conduct was wild and unrestrained, an extremely dangerous person. "Fangjing, how have you been?" A complicated expression surfaced on Tai Ruanan's face as she sighed and continued, "Fangjing, are you here to reconcile? Actually, there is nothing impossible. I know about the Three Kings inheritance contest. It is either you die or I die, there is no way out. Bai Ningbing met my Tai clan's Gu masters and killed him. It was a helpless action. I have friendly relations with you too. How about this? You two come to Tai clan as guests, explain the matter clearly, and do something for Tai clan to atone for their sins. I can plead for mercy for you too, and let Tai clan not pursue this matter." As she spoke, Tai Ao Kai nervously activated his Gu worms, secretly investigating the surroundings. It was too strange for Fang Yuan to appear alone. There might be some other ambush. Hearing Tai Ruanan's words, Fang Yuan could not help but sneer. Sin? Just killing a person, what sin is there? The only difference is that this person's background is slightly strong. Tai Ruanan, to think you are still so childish. You want to trick me into going to Tai clan, trying to catch a turtle in a jar? Once I get to Tai clan, I will be like a dragon in shallow waters, a tiger in plain sight. You can do whatever you want to me. Tai Ruanan frowned deeply. Fangjing, you have changed too much these years. Don't you feel any guilt killing people? But I did not lie to you. I can guarantee with my character that you will be safe, and that the trial will be fair and just. Fang Yuan sneered. Is your Tai clan safe now? Now that divine thief Lu Zuanfeng is causing havoc in Tai clan, and even sneaked into Demon Suppression Tower, your Tai clan can't even look after themselves, and you want to guarantee my safety? Laughable, laughable. What? Divine thief Lu Zuanfeng's matter has been kept secret by the clan. He is an outsider, and is far away at Sancha Mountain. How could he know so clearly? The 7 Tai clan members' expressions changed. Divine thief Lu Zuanfeng was a rank 5 Gu master expert. He had already caused great trouble for Tai clan's higher-ups by sneaking into Demon Suppression Tower. Tai clan had always viewed themselves as the holy land of the righteous path, and Demon Suppression Tower was the world's famous prison of the demonic path. Yet, Lu Zuanfeng was able to come and go as he pleased. Such a great humiliation was kept secret by Tai clan, and even super clans like Wu clan and Shang clan could not find out about it. This little beast king actually knew. You actually believe such nonsense? Tai Bashio could not help but deny the matter concerned Tai clan's reputation. Leader, there is no ambush around, he is alone. At this time, Tai Ao Kai reported in a low voice. Tai Ruanan immediately had a flash of inspiration and looked at Fang Yuan. Fangjing, I understand your meaning. You want to use this information to threaten us and exchange for Bai Ningbing's life? Sure, but we still need to know how you found out about this secret, otherwise, we will absolutely not let her go. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed loudly. Tai Ruanan, you are really naive. I was just saying those words casually, don't you understand my intention? Don't tell me you don't know there is a battle tactic called besieging a point and attacking reinforcements? What, you want to deal with us? Tai Ruanan's pupils slightly widened, revealing an incredulous expression. The others stared at Fang Yuan as if they were looking at a madman. There are 7 of us, and you are alone. We have rank 4 upper stage senior Tai Bashio, rank 4 initial stage Tai Ruanan, and 5 rank 3 Gu masters. All of them are experts. You want to deal with us alone? This little beast king, has he gone crazy from anxiety? Is there something wrong with his brain? At once, this thought emerged in everyone's mind. Fang Yuan saw the changes in everyone's expression and knew what they were thinking. He was too lazy to argue, and with a cold smile, his figure suddenly flew down from the sky, and like a goshawk he pounced towards the group. He really attacked? Courting death. The 7 were shocked and furious. Not right, this aura, how did he reach rank 4 middle stage? The next moment, the hearts of the 7 thumped as they felt the aura on Fang Yuan's body. Facts speak louder than words. Rank 4 middle stage. Isn't it initial stage? Tai Ruanan stared with her eyes wide open, feeling astonished. Chapter 365. Fang Yuan had been using breath concealment goo to restrain his aura. Now that he made a move, his true aura burst out. Moreover, Tai Ruanan and the others had a preconceived notion that Fang Yuan was rank 4 initial stage. Thus, the 7 Tai clansmen were extremely shocked. Rank 4 middle stage, this little beast king has actually surpassed our young master Ruanan at such a young age. Rank 4 middle stage, no wonder he is so arrogant. So what if he is rank 4 middle stage? He actually dared to come to us, he is simply courting death. Many thoughts flashed in the minds of the Tai clansmen. Bam! With a muffled sound, Tai Ba Xiu flew out of the group and collided with Fang Yuan's fists in the air. Tai Ba Xiu landed on the ground calmly while Fang Yuan flew back. Fang Jing, you want to find trouble with us alone? I know you want to save your companion by Ning Bing, but you need to reconsider. You cannot act rashly when it comes to saving people. It is not too late for you to stop now. If you continue to fight, you will truly be opposing our Tai clan. If that happens, your companion's life will be in danger. Tai Ba Xiu's words seemed to be advising with good intentions, but in fact, he was trying to break down Fang Yuan's fighting spirit. In the end, the older the wiser. Fang Yuan chuckled, staring at Tai Ba Xiu and the others with killing intent. Who does Tai clan think they are? So what if we are opposing them? If I really cannot save by Ning Bing, then she can only blame her bad luck. Anyway, I have already tried my best. These words were so cold and emotionless. The 7 Tai clansmen could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. Fang Yuan's eyes turned, looking at Tai Ao Kai. The one over there, you don't need to investigate anymore, it's just me. Honestly, the route you chose is very good and secretive, it is suitable for me to kill all of you. Hearing such words, Tai Ba Xiu's expression completely sank. Fang Jing, you are courting death. Die! Fang Yuan laughed loudly towards the sky, showing off his arrogance. Is this person crazy? Has Little Beast King already gone berserk and lost control of his temperament? Demonic cultivators are all such lunatics. Watching Fang Yuan's maniacal laughter, everyone from the Tai family felt troubled. The fierce are afraid of the unreasonable, and the unreasonable are afraid of the reckless. Even the 7 of them from the Tai family. Since Fang Yuan was alone, the Tai family's people also felt apprehensive. This kind of madman who didn't care about his own life, what else couldn't he do? Fang Yuan's laughter suddenly stopped, and he took a step forward. With a loud boom, he charged forward like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain. Fight! Tai Ruanan's expression was solemn as she shouted. She knew that this battle was unavoidable. Tai Ba Xiu retreated and stood beside Tai Ruanan, while Tai Dao Ku and Tai Xianxia moved forward. Tai Ao Kai ran to the side. The entire formation suddenly loosened up, as if a sack had suddenly opened up, displaying the exquisite tactical cooperation of the Tai family members. Charging Crash Goo. Fang Yuan was like a raging bull, trampling everything in his way. The mountain rocks under his feet crumbled as he fearlessly charged into the Tai family's sack. Little Beast King, you are too arrogant. Tai Xianxia shouted angrily. She opened her right hand's 5 fingers. With a soft sound, a huge black gold lotus flower blossomed in her palm. Instantly, it bloomed in her palm. The lotus flower bloomed, and the huge petals curved downwards, forming an arc like the surface of an umbrella. The dark green flower stalk continued to grow, and in the blink of an eye, it grew to the length of an arm, becoming the handle of an umbrella. Tai Xianxia stretched out her left hand and plucked this lotus flower from her right hand. She then carried the dark green flower stalk and charged towards Fang Yuan. Umbrella Lotus Goo. Tai Xianhua's body was petite, while the umbrella lotus was huge. It completely covered her and became a shield, firmly protecting her. Fang Yuan sneered as a white elephant appeared above his head. Beast Phantom, the strength of an elephant. Boom! Without any surprise, Tai Xianxia, who was blocking in front of Fang Yuan, was directly sent flying. Tai Xianxia flew over 10 feet away, like a fallen leaf swept by the wind. Such strong strength. She gritted her teeth, enduring the intense pain from the collision. Her body spun in the air, quickly finding her balance and landing on the ground. But the expected attack did not follow. Fang Yuan ignored her existence and charged towards Tai Ruanan. Damn it, he is attacking young master. We need to stop him and protect young master. Fang Yuan's target was Tai Ruanan, arousing everyone's battle intent and killing intent. Tai Ruanan half knelt on the ground, pressing her hands on the ground. From the start of the battle, she had been creating puppets. Around her, the grass and trees grew wildly. The small grass by her feet grew as tall as a person. Dozens of huge grass intertwined together, and under the green light, weaved into a grass puppet. Grass puppet Gu. Rank 1 grass puppet Gu. Fang Yuan had seen it before on Qing Mao Mountain. It had once been used by the academy as a target to communicate with moonblades. Rank 1 grass puppet Gu posed no threat, but at rank 2, it could easily kill an ordinary hunter. And Tai Ruanan was currently using a rank 3 grass puppet Gu. The grass puppet she created had a short and sturdy body, with tightly woven grass leaves, one hand holding a bamboo blade, the other holding a rattan shield. This was a rattan shellgrass soldier. It had the battle strength to kill a rank 1 Gu master. A single rattan shellgrass soldier posed no threat to Fang Yuan. But once there were a lot of them, they would be troublesome. Rattan shellgrass soldiers were often used as cannon fodder to expend the enemy Gu master's primeval essence. More importantly, dozens of rattan shellgrass soldiers could combine into rank 4 grass sword elite soldiers under the power of a rank 4 Gu. In this short period of time, Tai Ruanan already had 18 rattan shellgrass soldiers. Tai Ruanan. Fang Yuan's heart was filled with killing intent, his sharp and cold gaze locked onto Tai Ruanan. This girl had outstanding talent, similar to Bai Ningbing, and had investigated the matter on Qing Mao Mountain. She could not be left alive. Fang Yuan had wanted to kill her back in Shangclan City, but the time was not ripe then. Tai Ruanan did not move. She chose to believe in her comrade and continued to create rattan shellgrass soldiers. Stop him! Tai Ao Kai waved his sleeves, and a large swarm of golden needle mosquitoes flew out. Don't even think of taking a step forward. Tai Dao Ku activated Hand Blade Gu and Swift Shadow Gu, slashing towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. He did not dodge, but fought head-on. The golden needle mosquitoes drilled bloody holes on his body. Tai Dao Ku's arms left 2 long wounds on his chest and back. Amidst his maniacal laughter, Fang Yuan walked forward with his head held high, blood splattering everywhere. He is injured. The Tai clansman had a grave expression. If it were any other opponent, the Tai clansman would be happy and relaxed. But Fang Yuan had bitter strength Gu. The heavier his injuries, the stronger his battle strength. Green bull, horse, stone tortoise. As expected, 3 beast phantoms appeared on top of Fang Yuan's head. Huge strength opened the path, unstoppable. Tai Xianxia rushed over, but was sent flying by Fang Yuan. Tai Dao Ku retreated helplessly, while Tai Ao Kai could only roam around. Good, tyrant strength Gu. Seeing that Fang Yuan was getting close to Tai Ruanan, Tai Ba Xiu shouted, stepping forward bravely. Bam! With a loud sound, the two fiercely collided, and both retreated 7 to 8 steps back. They were evenly matched. 4 beast phantoms appeared above Fang Yuan's head, but Tai Ba Xiu was not someone with an undeserved reputation. His rank 4 tyrant strength Gu was also inherited from the ancient strength path. It allowed him to possess the strength of an overlord. Interesting again. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance as he charged forward again. Tai Ba Xiu met him head-on, firmly blocking him. Tai Dao Ku and the others. Seeing this, they let out a breath of turbid air and relaxed. Little Beast King is finally stopped. As expected of Senior Tai Ba Xiu, Fang Zheng has fallen into our encirclement. He is dead for sure. The Tai clansman's morale surged, and Fang Yuan lost his momentum. In their eyes, he was like a raging bull that had fallen into a pit, his threat greatly reduced. They all joined in the encirclement. Golden needle mosquitoes, flower rain, hand blades, all kinds of attacks attacked Fang Yuan from all directions. Fang Yuan's flesh was torn open, his injuries were getting heavier, and he had no choice but to use Golden Shield Gu to defend himself. At the same time, he was using Self-Reliance Gu to heal himself. The more he fought, the stronger he got, but Tai Ba Xiu was also the same. He had rank 5 Earth Overlord Gu, which allowed him to absorb strength from the earth, making the effect of Tyrant Strength Gu stronger and stronger. Tai Ba Xiu continued to activate Earth Overlord Gu, obtaining formless strength from the earth and using it on Tyrant Strength Gu. His strength also continued to increase. The battle entered a deadlock. Fang Yuan and Tai Ba Xiu engaged in an intense battle, both punching and kicking, becoming the center of the battle. They were like giant beasts in human form. Every move they made carried the force of 1,000 caddies. Wherever the battle group went, mountain rocks would fly and dust would fly. Suddenly, a beast roared, and a beast phantom appeared above Fang Yuan's head. It had lightning coiling around it, and its sharp teeth were exposed, showing its ferocious aura. Thunderboar Phantom. Tai Xianxia, who was blocking in front of Fang Yuan, was sent flying. Umbrella Lotus Gu was broken, its petals fluttering in the air. Xianxia, hold on. Tai Mu quickly rushed over and hugged Tai Xianxia, who was vomiting blood, quickly healing her. At the same time, a group of rattan shell grass soldiers surrounded them, blocking the gap and protecting these two. Till now, Tai Ruanan already had close to 1,000 rattan shell grass soldiers supporting the battlefield. At the same time, new grass puppets were being created. Tai Ruanan walked the enslavement path, and an enslavement path Gu master like her could not be given enough time to prepare. Enslavement path Gu masters were most proficient in battles of attrition. The longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for Fang Yuan. The best way to deal with it was to behead the leader. But this tactic would not work. Fang Yuan was currently entangled by Tai Ba Xiu. Such an amazing junior. Tai Ba Xiu could not help but exclaim in admiration towards Fang Yuan. Even though he had expected it, the strength that Fang Yuan displayed still made him shocked. He had thought that Fang Yuan's strength lay in his set of Strength Path Gu worms. Inheriting the afterglow of the ancient Strength Path, the Gu worms were rare and exquisite. But till now, the shrewdness, ruthlessness, calmness and steadiness that Fang Yuan displayed made Tai Ba Xiu almost unable to believe it. Chapter 366. The battle raged on like wildfire. Little Beast King is actually so terrifying. We have so many people, yet we still can't take him down. Tai Mu healed while gazing at the battlefield, his expression fluctuating. His battle strength has advanced by leaps and bounds, to this extent. Tai Dao Ku looked at the battle in front of him and felt that he could no longer interfere. No wonder he was arrogant enough to intercept us, such battle strength. But no matter how fierce you are, what can you do? 2 fists can't fight against 4 hands, we still have 7 people. This is the power of teamwork. Fang Yuan, you have undoubtedly lost this battle. Tai Ruanan occupied a high spot on the mountain rock and looked down at the battle. In her vision, Tai Ba Xiu and the other 5 surrounded Fang Yuan, fighting in a group. And around this group, there was a large area of green, a large number of rattan shell grass soldiers, forming a tight encirclement. At the same time, some rattan shell grass soldiers were combining with each other, forming rank 4 grass sword elite soldiers. The outcome has been decided, Little Beast King. Look at your surroundings. You are already heavily surrounded. Do you still want to persist in going about things the wrong way? Surrender, maybe you can still live. Tai Xianxia stood up and attacked Fang Yuan's fighting spirit. Her injuries had already been healed by Tai Mu and she had the strength to fight again. Fang Jing, you can't escape even if you have wings. This is the price you have to pay for overestimating your capabilities. Tai Mu stood beside Tai Xianxia and echoed. Oh, can't escape even if I have wings? Fang Yuan exerted strength and temporarily pushed back Tai Ba Xiu. A mocking expression emerged on his face. Can't escape even if I have wings? I'd like to give it a try. Whoosh. A sharp pain came. A pair of pitch-black bone wings emitting a metallic luster unfolded on Fang Yuan's back. This is... There's actually one? What? Under the astonished gazes of the Tai clansmen, Fang Yuan exerted strength to flap his wings and easily left the ground. He continuously rose and flew into the air. Tai Mu did not expect that his prophecy would come true and was stunned. According to the information, Little Beast King doesn't have a flying type Gu. This is clearly a rank 4 flying type Gu. How did he get it? Tai Xianxia stared with wide eyes, feeling extremely puzzled. Flying Gu, as one of the movement type Gu worms, had high value and was also very rare. Very few Gu masters had them. Fang Jing can fly. No wonder he arrogantly intercepted us. Tai Dao Ku immediately understood. Tai Ruannan's expression was also ugly. Her vine shellgrass soldiers had no anti-air ability. With Fang Yuan's flight, the encirclement that she had painstakingly created immediately revealed a huge loophole. What are you panicking for? Just at this moment, Tai Ba Xiu's loud shout resounded. This rank 4 peak stage strength path Gu cultivator was the cornerstone of Tai clan. His eyes shone brightly. His rich life experience allowed him to see through Fang Yuan's weakness. How is it easy to control a flying type Gu? Humans were born with 2 feet on the ground. If they wanted to fly into the sky and soar freely, how much hard practice did they have to go through? If they wanted to use flying to fight, how much sweat and bitter practice did they have to put in? Even verdant Great Sunday. The Grand Renzu's son also died while flying. How long has it been since Little Beast King obtained the flying type Gu? Tai Ba Xiu's words startled the Tai clansmen awake. Their gazes became excited. That's right, according to the information, Fang Jing doesn't have a flying type Gu. The time he has obtained this pair of bone wings is pitifully short. Flying requires a lot of practice, it can't be used immediately after obtaining it. Little Beast King is really too naive. At the crucial moment. Senior Tai Ba Xiu is really reliable. The Tai clansmen regained their fighting spirit. My long-range battle methods are insufficient, you guys attack. Knock him down. Fang Jing, your actions are utterly stupid. If you fought honestly, you could have lasted for a while, but now you are digging your own grave. Tai Ba Xiu shouted again. Does that so? Fang Yuan smiled lightly, his gaze revealing a trace of pity. Little Beast King, you won't be happy for long. Golden Needle Mosquito. Tai Ao Kai was just about to use his best method, but his expression suddenly froze. In the battle just now, his Golden Needle Mosquito Gu had already been completely used up. That was because he found that Fang Yuan never defended against the Golden Needle Mosquito's attacks. It was very useful. The intense battle also made him forget the intensity of the Golden Needle Mosquito's consumption. Not good, my Star Arrow Gu has already been destroyed by Little Beast King. Damn it, there are only 2 Flower Rain Gu left. Similar situations were playing out more or less on the others. Tai Ba Xiu's heart sank. It turned out Little Beast King had already targeted him earlier. His schemes were truly hidden deeply. No matter, I have Blade Chi Gu, I can fight from long range. Tai Dao Ku stood up. I have Snowball Gu, I can also make Little Beast King suffer. Another Tai Clan Gu master also stood up. Tai Clan had 7 Gu masters. They had the advantage in numbers and abundant methods. Even if Fang Yuan had targeted them, he could not kill them all at once. Little Beast King, come down. Tai Dao Ku sent out a Blade Chi. The Blade Chi whistled over, but Fang Yuan easily flapped his wings and dodged it. 3 snowballs were shot in succession, sealing Fang Yuan's escape route. Fang Yuan retracted his left wing, and with a nimble maneuver he safely passed through the gap between the snowballs. Seeing this, Tai Ba Xiu's heart thumped, a bad feeling flashed in his heart. He actually dodged it so easily, is this luck? Soon, Fang Yuan skillfully and confidently dodged countless attacks, causing the Tai clansmen to feel astonished and helpless. He can actually control the flying goose so well. Damn it, I can't even hit him. My primeval essence is somewhat insufficient, the Blade Chi Gu's consumption is too high. It seems I can only let Fang Jing escape this time. The Tai clansmen's firepower gradually became sparse. Little Beast King, I can't help but admire you, you are indeed a genius. Letting you escape so easily today is also your talent. But remember, be careful the next time we meet. Tai Ruonan warned in a heavy tone. When Fang Yuan heard this, it was like he had heard the funniest joke in the world, and he laughed loudly. What are you laughing at? The bad feeling in Tai Ba Xiu's heart intensified. Haha, of course I am laughing at your naivety. Why should I run? The true battle has only just begun. Fang Yuan had just finished speaking when a voice rang out. All-out effort Gu and strength Qi Gu were activated at the same time. Green bull, horse, stone tortoise, white elephant, black python, 5 beast phantoms turned into solid forms and pounced down. Bam bam bam. For a moment, the battlefield was in an uproar, rocks cracked and dust rose. The Rattan shell grass soldiers were sent flying by the beast phantoms, scattering. The Tai clansmen rapidly retreated. We cannot take a beating passively. Make sure he can't even take care of himself. Tai Ba Xiu roared, raising his bowl-sized fist and punched towards Fang Yuan. The formless, piercingly cold fist energy exploded forth, creating a sonic boom. But Fang Yuan flapped his wings. His body flew up and easily dodged. Tai Ba Xiu sighed helplessly. Although his fist force was a long-range attack, the distance was still too short. He was a strength path Gu master, and this path had always been lacking in long-range battles. Fang Yuan was an anomaly because his strength Qi Gu originated from the ancient Qi path. After receiving Tai Ba Xiu's reminder, the other Tai clan Gu masters resisted the beast phantoms and counterattacked. But right now, Fang Yuan was displaying an unparalleled flying ability. He was like a butterfly, fluttering in between attacks, nimbly dodging. Sometimes he was like a goshawk, soaring into the sky, making people feel helpless. Sometimes he was like a swallow, his black bone wings drawing arcs. Sometimes he was like a dragonfly, hovering and flying, waiting for an opportunity. Most of the attacks, he dodged them all. Scattered attacks landed on his body, but were all blocked by the golden shield Gu. How can this be? His flying ability, how can it be so strong? This is simply not inferior to Lan Meihe, Hong Feiyu, and Feiyu Wang. Lan Meihe, Hong Feiyu, and Feiyu Wang were all flying experts, and were famous in southern border. The Tai clansmen were dumbstruck, extremely shocked. Fang Yuan continued to activate Gu worms, bombarding to his heart's content. The previous battle was only a preparation for this. Tai Ruonan's expression was ashen. She had painstakingly created so many rattan shell grass soldiers, but she could only passively take a beating. And she had wasted a large amount of her primeval essence for nothing. Fang Yuan circled for a long time, before suddenly grabbing an opportunity and pouncing down from the sky. Tai Mu, be careful. Dodge! Everyone's screams reached Tai Mu's ears, and he hurriedly looked up. The dazzling sunlight in the sky first blinded his eyes. Next, he saw a black shadow, like a goshawk, pouncing down from the sky. An intense whistling sound filled his ears. An enormous sense of danger instantly filled his heart. Not good, escape. This thought had just appeared in his mind when Fang Yuan's hands grabbed his shoulders. Beast Phantom Recall. Fang Yuan's enormous strength surged as he spread his arms and ruthlessly tore them apart. Bright red blood gushed out like a waterfall. Tai Mu's 2 arms were torn off at the base by Fang Yuan. The intense pain almost drowned Tai Mu's mind. He let out an angry roar, his handsome face contorting to a terrifying degree. Bam! Fang Yuan retaliated and clapped his hands. Tai Mu's head was like a watermelon that was forcefully smashed. In an instant, blood and brain matter sprayed all over Fang Yuan's body. His face and hair were either white brain matter or red blood. There was even an eyeball stuck to Fang Yuan's clothes. The intense smell of blood assaulted his nose. If it were anyone else, they would have vomited on the spot. But to Fang Yuan, it was like he was smelling the most fragrant smell in the world. He enjoyed it as if it was malt syrup, and even felt an intense excitement from the deepest part of his body. Death, how sweet and fragrant. Kill, kill. Let the intense flower of life bloom brightly in the blood. He raised his head and roared, actually composing an impromptu poem. Tai Mu. Seeing Tai Mu's sacrifice, The Tai clansmen were furious. Their anger could burn the sky and boil the sea. Chapter 367. You killed Tai Mu, I want you dead. Tai Xianxia raised the umbrella lotus gu and shouted, pouncing over crazily. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, and when the iron thread flower got close, he used his ankle to turn his body nimbly and spread his wings, moving like he was dancing as he brushed past the iron thread flower. Tai Xianxia rushed for 5 to 6 steps before stopping. Her beautiful face was in a daze. The umbrella lotus gu fell to the ground, and a trace of blood appeared on her snow-white neck. Then, blood spurted out like a fountain, sending her head flying and separating from her body. Xianxia! The Tai clansmen screamed, but they could not save Tai Xianhua's life. Tai Ba Xiu rushed over. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, flapping his wings and flying into the sky. Tai Ba Xiu was obstructed by the rattan shellgrass soldiers, and even though he tried his best to open a path, how could he match Fang Yuan's speed? Fang Yuan flew into the sky and bombarded indiscriminately for a while before charging towards Tai Ruonan. Oh no, his target is young master. Tai Dao Ku and the rest quickly went to help. Fang Yuan suddenly changed his direction and landed in front of Tai Dao Ku. Die! Fang Yuan's expression was cold. He did not dodge Tai Dao Ku's punches and kicks. He was extremely fierce. Tai Dao Ku had a brave and resolute nature. He brazenly attacked Fang Yuan. Swift Shadow Gu. Hand Blade Gu. Iron Hand Gu. Consecutive Slash Gu. Swift Battle Wind Gu. Blade Chi Gu. He was an offensive Gu master, and right now, he attacked with all his strength. His arms were like the wind, creating rolling blade lights and blood shadows. Fang Yuan's golden shield Gu only lasted for a while before it was broken. Even though Fang Yuan had the defense of bronze skin, his skin and flesh were lacerated, blood and flesh splattered everywhere. That's it, persevere. The others quickly changed their direction and went over to help. Oh no, my primeval essence is exhausted. Suddenly, Tai Dao Ku's attack stopped. He was a rank 3 Gu master, and had been fighting intensely all along. Now that he was attacking wildly, the little bit of true essence he had left was quickly exhausted. Without primeval essence, Tai Dao Ku was like a tiger turning into a sickly cat. Fang Yuan snickered, grabbed his neck, and squeezed. Tai Dao Ku's neck was easily crushed by Fang Yuan. A bladesman of his generation, Tai Ruonan's capable general, brave and decisive, died here. No! Seeing this, Tai Ruonan's eyes turned blood red. Sorrow and anger ignited the flames of hatred, wanting to burn her to ashes. Under her command, the rattan shellgrass soldiers converged into a torrent of green that swept towards Fang Yuan. Thousands of grass soldier puppets had the advantage of numbers and were enough to pose a threat to Fang Yuan. The corners of Tai Ruonan's eyes, nose and mouth were all bleeding. This high-intensity control was extremely taxing on her mental energy, and it was even reflected on her body. Ruonan, don't be rash, don't be blinded by anger. Tai Ba Xiu saw this and quickly reminded her. But Tai Ruonan had already lost her rationality. She watched helplessly as her family and friends died tragically. It was a huge blow to her, and it even brought back the grief she had for her father's death. You are still too inexperienced. Fang Yuan sneered, flapping his wings and flying up. The aggressive rattan shellgrass soldiers pounced on empty air, colliding with each other and squeezing into a ball. This not only caused the formation to be in chaos, Tai Ba Xiu and the others had no room to move. This is the weakness of teamwork. Once the teamwork is not good, our own people will become the biggest stumbling block. The detailed division of labor also makes our members overly reliant on others. It is better to rely on ourselves than others. This is the truth of this world. Fang Yuan flew up, his cold and emotionless gaze swept through the battlefield, before focusing on Tai Ao Kai. As an investigative Gu master, Tai Ao Kai had been roaming around the periphery from the start of the battle. He was very fast and could easily escape to report for reinforcements. He was a huge influence on Fang Yuan's plan of total annihilation. Thus, Tai Ao Kai had to die. Seeing Fang Yuan flapping his wings and flying towards him, Tai Aokai could not conceal the shock on his face. Fang Yuan's body was bathed in blood, his black hair, black eyes and black wings. He was simply like a demon god descending into the world, ruthless and cunning at the same time. Tai Mu, Tai Xianxia and Tai Dao Ku had all died in his hands. Even Tai Ba Xiu could not do anything to him. How could he be a match for such a strong enemy? The densely packed rattan shellgrass soldiers had once given Tai Aokai a sense of security, but now it had become a huge cold mockery. Escape to Xianxia Mountain and report to the 4 old-timers of Tai clan. Tai Aokai was afraid. After giving himself a reason to retreat, he immediately retreated from the battlefield and ran. Don't run, quickly come back. Tai Ba Xiu saw Tai Aokai enter the forest and shouted anxiously. If Tai Aokai stayed and banded together, he might have a chance to survive. However, he was running alone, his Zhen Yuan was insufficient, his cultivation was low, and his legs were restricted by the terrain. How could he not be caught by Fang Yuan? Sure enough, not long after, Fang Yuan flew back with Tai Aokai's head in his hand. Ah, Guyue Fangjing, Guyue Fangjing. You're dead, you're definitely dead. You've killed my Tai clan's disciples, you've committed a heinous crime, there is no possibility of you being pardoned. If you have the guts, don't run, hiding from me, what kind of man are you? You gutless coward, come and fight with me, I will tear you into pieces, grind your bones and scatter your ashes. Tai Ba Xiu was extremely angry and let out a thunderous roar. Fang Yuan sneered, not accepting his words. Heinous crime? Heh, I've killed many people before, why haven't I heard you say anything heinous? Touching a Tai clan member is a heinous crime? I really like this kind of sin, then I will kill some more and add more sin. Saying so, Fang Yuan flapped his wings and continued to fly, killing the remaining Tai clan Gu masters one by one. Tai Ba Xiu's eyes were bloodshot, he was about to vomit blood from anger. But he was obstructed by the rattan shellgrass soldier. His speed could not match Fang Yuan's, he could only watch as these outstanding Tai clan youngsters were slaughtered by Fang Yuan, losing their lives. Soon, on this battlefield, only Tai Ruanan and Tai Ba Xiu were left. Die, I want you to die. Tai Ruanan's eyes were bloodshot, she gritted her teeth so hard they were about to shatter, muttering these words. She used all her strength to control the rattan shellgrass soldier. Blood flowing out of her 7 orifices converged on her face, giving off a terrifying feeling. Ruanan, calm down, calm down. Tai Ba Xiu rushed to her side and shook her shoulder. But Tai Ruanan did not notice it, her hateful gaze was fixated on Fang Yuan who was in the air. Below Fang Yuan, the rattan shellgrass soldiers had gathered into a group, squeezing tightly together. Unfortunately, they could not hit Fang Yuan, they were like headless flies. Tai Ba Xiu helplessly sighed. He was experienced, and knew that this battle had given Tai Ruanan an unparalleled impact. It had already caused her mental state to collapse, and she was filled with hatred and anger. She was close to going berserk, and in a short period of time, she would not be able to help. Fang Yuan flapped his wings from time to time, causing his body to float in the air. There were only 2 Tai clan members left, but Fang Yuan had stopped for the moment. Because of these 2, Tai Ruanan was crazy like a demon, while Tai Ba Xiu had high battle strength, they were hard to deal with. If one was careless, they would suffer a backlash. Looking at Tai Ruanan, Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with contemplation. Tai Ruanan has already lost her rationality in this state. I might as well leave these rattan shellgrass soldiers to expend her mental energy. When her mental state collapses, I will take her life. No, there is a better method. She is Tai clan's young master. Tai Ba Xiu will definitely protect her. I can use Tai Ruanan to beat Tai Ba Xiu. If I can kill Tai Ba Xiu, that would be the best. Tai Ba Xiu had been famous for a long time. His cultivation was rank 4 upper stage, but because he had Earth Overlord Gu, his battle strength surpassed ordinary rank 4 peak stage. It could be said that he was the strongest opponent Fang Yuan had met since he left Qing Mao Mountain. In a direct confrontation, even if Fang Yuan used all his strength, he could not win. His only weakness was his lack of long-range combat ability. But this was not his fatal flaw. However, battles were always unpredictable. Tai Xiao himself had no flaws, but right now, there was someone beside him that he had to protect. Unknowingly, Tai Ruanen had already become Fang Yuan's hostage. If I can kill Tai Xiao, even Yi Huo will be wary of me. But I need to pay attention to the surroundings. I cannot drag this on for too long. Although these 7 from Tai clan chose a secretive route, there is no guarantee that the 4 old-timers of Tai clan will come to help. Fang Yuan warned himself in his heart. He was cautious, calm and rational, not panicking in difficult situations, and not arrogant even when he had the upper hand. The 4 old-timers of Tai clan had a killer move called Limitless Search and Lock. As long as the lock goo was planted on a goo master, no matter where the goo master went, they could be captured. It was a top-tier capturing method. In his previous life, even Kong Ri Tian fell for this killer move, and a demonic expert of his generation was defeated. Although Fang Yuan had the bone wings goo and could roam the world freely, attacking and retreating were all in his mind. But as long as the lock goo was planted, even if he flew to the 9 heavens, he would still be captured. There is always someone better, there is always someone better. All living things are balanced. Although bone wings goo was good, it could be countered by other methods. The reason why this battle was so effective was because Fang Yuan had relied on his previous life's memories and had a good understanding of these 7 Tai clan members. Secondly, it was because Fang Yuan had continuously expended and destroyed the long-range combat methods of the 7 Tai clan members in the previous battle. All these thoughts happened in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint. After Fang Yuan made up his mind, he took out Yuan's stone and started to recover his primeval essence. The primeval sea level in his aperture started to rise rapidly. At the same time, he inspected his body and used self-reliance goo to heal some dangerous injuries. Damn it! Seeing this, Tai Xiao's heart felt like it was being pressed by a mountain rock, extremely heavy. If Little Beast King had continued to attack, he would have been happy instead. But now, Fang Yuan was calm and unruffled. He was not immersed in the pleasure of having the upper hand. Instead, he stopped attacking and started to recover his primeval essence and heal his injuries. Chapter 368. Fang Yuan's calmness caused Tai Xiao to feel a chill in his heart. If it was at the start of the battle, Tai Xiao would never have expected that he would be in such a situation and be at a disadvantage. But now, this famous pillar of Tai clan had no choice but to admit that he was in a perilous situation. The main culprit of this situation was this young man in front of him. He fought 1 against 7 and forced his side into such a situation. How did he do it? From the moment Little Beast King appeared, his every action, every word and action was a trap with unfathomable meaning, luring the 7 of us into his trap. He has a flying goo and has such a skillful flying technique. This is even more unexpected. Relying on his flying ability, he held the initiative, advancing and retreating at will, slaughtering them one by one, finally leading to this situation. Tai Xiao recalled and his heart turned even colder. How did Fang Yuan master such a mystical flying technique? It was no longer the scariest thing. This kid's truly terrifying aspect is his intelligence. How can such a youngster have such meticulous scheming ability? He is simply a monster. If used on the right path, he would be the brightest star of the righteous path. However, it was a pity that he used his wisdom on crooked ways. This is a calamity for all living beings in the world. Tai Xiao suddenly had a premonition that one day, this youngster in front of him would become a great calamity for the whole of southern border. At that time, the land would be dyed red for thousands of li, blood would flow like rivers. Who knows how many living beings would suffer under his evil hands? No, my current situation is very dangerous. Tai Ruanen can no longer fight, my long-range battle strength is insufficient, but Little Beast King can fly. Whether he wants to fight or retreat, it all depends on his will. Retreat. I must retreat and rush to Xianxia Mountain to meet up with the 4 elders. Although Tai Xiao had been famous for a long time, his temperament was steady and not tempted by fame and fortune. Although his battle strength had not been completely displayed, under the support of Earth Overlord Gu, Tyrant Strength Gu would become stronger and stronger, eventually surpassing Fang Yuan's current limits. But Tai Ba Xiu was not infatuated with his strength. Someone as experienced as him could see through his true situation. If he continued to fight, it would bode ill rather than well. The wisest method was to retreat. Even if he was forced to flee by a junior, it did not matter. Even if his reputation was ruined, it was still better than dying. Furthermore, Big Brother Xueleng, your descendant cannot lose her life in front of me. Thinking of this, Tai Ba Xiu decisively pulled Tai Ruanan and started to retreat. He wants to run. Fang Yuan's eyes suddenly burst with a fierce light. He found it rather troublesome. Tai Ba Xiu's decision to run away was too wise. This place was already close to Xianxia Mountain. Once the Tai clan's 4 elders came to help, it would be Fang Yuan's turn to retreat. Kill! Fang Yuan naturally did not want to see such a situation happen. He pointed his finger, activating all-out effort Gu and strength Qi Gu. Beast phantoms materialized from phantom and descended, blocking Tai Ba Xiu. However, Tai Ba Xiu's strength was formidable. His fists and legs intersected, and wind and thunder whistled, scattering these beast phantoms. Fang Yuan suddenly changed his target, and all his beast phantoms flew towards Tai Ruanan. Despicable! Tai Ba Xiu cursed, standing up to protect Tai Ruanan. Fang Yuan laughed loudly at this. If Tai Ba Xiu abandoned Tai Ruanan and escaped alone, Fang Yuan would not be able to stop him. However, Tai Ba Xiu protecting Tai Ruanan was courting death. Because he was not a defensive Gu master, but an expert in offense. To protect Tai Ruanan, he naturally had to sacrifice himself. With his hands and feet tied, it was like using his weakness against the enemy's strength. Both sides were in a deadlock, one escaping and one chasing. No matter how Tai Ba Xiu cursed and provoked, Fang Yuan only flew in the air and used beast phantoms to attack. Tai Ba Xiu could not hit Fang Yuan, and could only passively take a beating. He also had to protect Tai Ruanan, and soon received light injuries. He is clearly only rank 4 middle stage. Why does he have so much primeval essence? Tai Ba Xiu gradually felt despair. He did not know that Fang Yuan not only had liquor worm, he also had heavenly essence treasure lotus. In terms of primeval essence, he did not lose to rank 4 upper stage. Fang Yuan bombarded indiscriminately without stopping. Every time he destroyed a beast phantom, another would immediately pounce on him. The beast phantoms attacked one after another, advancing wave after wave. Especially the thunder boar and rock crocodile beast phantoms from time to time, they were a threat to Tai Ruanan. Tai Ba Xiu was exhausted from running for his life, and was gradually losing his strength, feeling powerless. Why aren't the 4 elders here yet? Tai Ba Xiu ran all the way, and was already close to Xianxia Mountain, but he still did not see the 4 elders. The route they chose was too secretive. To prevent information from leaking, they even set off 2 days in advance. These arrangements, at this point, had instead become Tai Ba Xiu's escape obstacle. Tai Ba Xiu fell into an extremely passive state. The injuries on his body continued to accumulate, turning from light injuries to heavy injuries. The beast phantoms became more and more threatening, and he gradually felt it difficult to move forward. Tai Ruanan became his biggest burden, struggling again and again. Tai Ba Xiu could only knock her unconscious and carry her with his arm. We are already close to the foot of the mountain, persevere for a while more. Tai Ba Xiu's body swayed, his vision already turning blurry. Are we really going to let him escape? Damn it! Fang Yuan flew in the air, his expression was gloomy, and his attacks became increasingly swift and fierce, like a surging tide. As they neared Xianxia Mountain, Gu masters began to appear in the surroundings. There is a battle here, it is Little Beast King. Oh heavens, am I seeing things? That one being chased seems to be the present age overlord, Tai clan's cornerstone, Tai Ba Xiu. Little Beast King is too heaven-defying. He is actually chasing rank 4 upper stage Tai Ba Xiu. Along the way, the Gu masters who witnessed this battle were all dumbfounded and incomparably shocked. Some righteous Gu masters felt a chill in their hearts when they saw Tai Ba Xiu being chased like a drowning dog. Big Brother Li Xian, Why hasn't Little Beast King appeared yet? We've been waiting here for a long time. Is your information reliable? In a hidden corner, Hu Mei Er looked at the purple light barrier in front of her and yawned in boredom. Within the light barrier formed by iron cabinet Gu, Bai Ningbing was still trapped by the 4 Tai clan elders. The information is naturally accurate, let's wait a while more. Li Xian said while mumbling inwardly, it shouldn't be, I have already told him about Tai clan's reinforcements. How can he still restrain himself? Is he really not going to save her? If the Little Beast King were to really leave someone to die, even Li Xian would tremble in fear if he thought of this kind of cold-bloodedness. But if he saved her, it would be a situation where both sides would suffer. There would be many benefits in a chaotic battle. While the two were discussing in a low voice, they suddenly heard a clamor. What's going on? Hu Mei Er turned her head to look, her puzzled expression quickly turned sluggish, and after the sluggishness, it turned into shock. The person she had been waiting for had appeared, and was even flying in the air ostentatiously. But wait, the person Little Beast King is chasing seems a little familiar, right? It is Tai Bashio. Tai clan's present age overlord is being chased. So Little Beast King went to intercept this batch of reinforcements. Li Xian stared dumbfoundedly at this chase and could not help but curse. At the same time as he came to a realization, he also felt extreme bewilderment and shock. Little Beast King actually took the initiative to intercept this batch of Tai clan's reinforcements? How can he have such guts? Is he crazy? No, he is not crazy, he won and is chasing Tai Bashio to kill him. Tai Bashio was rank 4 upper stage, his battle strength was extraordinary, ordinary rank 4 peak stage Gu masters were not his match. Even on Sancha Mountain, among the 5 rank 4 peak stage Gu masters, only Yiho could be mentioned in the same breath as this present age overlord. But now, Tai Bashio was actually being chased by Little Beast King, fleeing in a sorry state like a dog. Oh my god, is this his illusion? Someone hugged his head, looking at the scene in disbelief. This world is too crazy, the changes are too fast. Someone mumbled with a lifeless gaze. Fortunately, I did not go head-to-head with Little Beast King. Li Xian rejoiced, but also felt a lingering fear. No, I need to be careful when dealing with Fangzheng, this guy cannot be judged with common sense. How many days has it been? He has already advanced to rank 4 middle stage and can even fly. Hu Mei Er covered her chest, feeling extremely shocked at Fang Yuan's abnormal growth speed. Demonic path scoundrel. Quickly save him, that is Tai Bashio. Tai clan's 4 old-timers also sensed the situation and quickly cancelled the iron cabinet Gu, rushing to the rescue. As for besieging Bai Ningbing, they could no longer care about it. Unfortunately, they were still a step too late. In the end, I was still lacking by a bit. Tai Bashio felt extremely bitter. His eyes were blurry and the wounds on his body were already numb from the pain. He was already on the verge of death from being beaten by Fang Yuan. He had been protecting Tai Ruanan, not letting her suffer any harm. It is a pity that this Little Beast King did not come down to fight me in close combat. Otherwise, he would have died. Tai Bashio felt extremely regretful he had hidden a trump card. But Fang Yuan had been very cautious, he never flew down and only bombarded indiscriminately from the sky. Bashio, persevere. We are here to support you. Tai clan's 4 old-timers shouted in unison, rushing over. Just one step away, Tai Bashio, you have failed at the last step. Fang Yuan laughed towards the sky. A rock crocodile phantom pressed down and with a loud sound, Tai Bashio fell to the ground. Tai clan's 4 old-timers were still rushing over, they were already very close, but with just this distance, the result was like the difference between clouds and mud. Everything is over. Fang Yuan's expression was cold as he pointed with his finger, launching a fatal attack. No, not yet. Iron cabinet Gu. Tai Bashio used the last of his strength and placed his palm on Tai Ruanan's back. A square-shaped metal cabinet quickly formed and sealed Tai Ruanan tightly. The beast phantom pounced down and tore Tai Bashio into pieces, but the iron cabinet was as firm as before, and Tai Ruanan was safe and sound inside. At the crucial moment, Tai Ba Xiu gave his last chance to live to Tai Ruanan. Ba Xiu! Tai clan's 4 old-timers shouted in grief. They rushed to the scene but were still too late. Little Beast King, our Tai clan will not rest until you are dead. The 4 old-timers stared at Feng Yuan in the sky, wishing they could bite him to death. Chapter 369. Heavens, Little Beast King fought 1 against 7 and actually won. Even the present age overlord died in his hands. Number 1 demonic rookie, he is the current generation's number 1 rookie. The crowd was in an uproar, countless people were discussing and whispering to each other. Tai clan's 4 old-timers paused for a moment before attacking. But Feng Yuan flapped his wings and easily dodged. His agility was breathtaking. Tai clan's 4 old-timers, I have not settled the score with you for trapping me. Please search for floating astronomy. Bai Ningbing slowly walked over. Her expression was cold as she glanced at Feng Yuan with a complicated expression. After being besieged for so many days, Feng Yuan had grown so much. Not only had his cultivation advanced to middle stage, he had also grasped such a proficient flying technique. Looking at this, Southern Border would have another flying expert. How did he do it? Bai Ningbing had also thought of practicing flying. But flying was too troublesome, the amount of practice required was huge, and at the same time, it took a long time and required painstaking effort. She put in a lot of effort, but the short-term effect was very little. Thus, Bai Ningbing did not take it. She did not think that Feng Yuan had quietly practiced such a flying technique. This was simply beyond common sense. Did he have some fortuitous encounter in the 3 Kings' inheritance? Bai Ningbing naturally thought of this. In fact, even without Feng Yuan's explanation, many people had linked his performance to the 3 Kings' inheritance. Tai clan's 4 old-timers removed the iron cabinet goo, allowing Bai Ningbing to easily regain her freedom. Now that Feng and Bai had gathered, the situation was extremely dangerous. The 4 old-timers were like facing a great enemy. They tightly protected the iron cabinet goo that was wrapped around Tai Ruanan in the center, guarding against Feng Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Feng Yuan looked at the iron cabinet goo. He was somewhat unresigned. Tai Ba Xiu retreated to the end, but all his efforts were in vain. He chased all the way, but all his efforts were in vain. He did not take Tai Ruanan's life. No doubt this was a threat. But if it wasn't for Tai Ruanan, I wouldn't have killed Tai Ba Xiu so easily. Now that things have come to this, I can only give up. Feng Yuan's killing intent was boiling on the surface. In reality, his fighting spirit was gradually dissipating. Along the way, he had insufficient primeval essence in his aperture, while the 4 old-timers of Tai clan were in perfect condition. Meanwhile, there were many Gu masters secretly watching the battle. Many jackals and wolves were secretly watching, waiting to take advantage of the situation. Not to mention others, just Li Xian alone. That was his plan. It's time to stop. Feng Yuan sighed in his heart. He shouted loudly, Tai clan's 4 elders, my companion killed one of your people, and you trapped her for so long. I killed 6 people from your Tai family. How long are you going to trap me? This was a pure provocation, causing the eyes of the Iron Clan's 4 elders to tremble. Little Beast King, don't be arrogant. You slaughtered my Tai clan's disciples and killed Elder Tyrant Xiu. Hunting down the Tai family's young master is an irreconcilable enemy of my Tai family. I swear on this. Even if I have to exhaust my entire lifespan and pay any price, I will capture you and imprison you in Demon Suppression Tower, suffering endless torture and punishment. The leader of the 4 Tai clan old-timers furiously shouted. Although he said so, he did not dare to act rashly. Little Beast King's battle strength made him extremely shocked. If Bai Ningbing was added, very good. Since it is so, I will also view Tai clan as my mortal enemy. From now on, as long as it is a Tai clan disciple, I will kill 1 if I see 1, kill 2 if I see 2. Feng Yuan laughed arrogantly, flapping his wings and flying away. Under the disappointed gazes of many Gu masters with ulterior motives, he took the initiative to leave. Bai Ningbing also left. The result of this battle spread like lightning throughout the whole Sancha mountain. Now, what was Xianxia Mountain doing? The appearance of 3 kings' inheritance, the whole southern border, countless clans, righteous path and demonic path members all focused their attention on it. Soon, the battle report of Fang Yuan fighting 1 against 7 and killing Tai Ba Xiu spread throughout the whole southern border. Unavoidably, Fang Yuan's reputation rose. This child actually killed Tai Ba Xiu? Is this information reliable? In Yan Clan village, young master Yan Jun almost did not dare to believe his ears when he heard this news from his subordinate. What kind of person was Tai Ba Xiu? He had been famous for a long time and was known as the present age overlord. He had Earth Overlord Gu and had battle strength surpassing ordinary rank 4 peak stage. He was the cornerstone of the super clan Tai clan, an expert who could hold his own. But he was actually chased to death by a junior, little beast king Fangjing, who only had rank 4 middle stage cultivation. This little beast king can actually jump ranks to challenge and even kill Tai Ba Xiu. What kind of person is he? I have actually never heard of him. Yan Jun asked with a frown. The subordinate promptly reported, "Young master, you inherited the immemorial phantom path inheritance and went into closed cultivation for 5 years. It is normal that you do not know about Fangjing. This person is only 25 years old. He is a rising star of the demonic path that has emerged in recent years. Little beast King Fangjing? These youngsters nowadays are really amazing. In the Yangtze River, the waves behind push the waves in front, and the waves in front die on the beach. In the mountain forest, Feng Tianyu walked slowly as he recalled the news he had just heard, sighing with a trace of fervor. I heard Little Beast King could grasp flying techniques and grow so fast because he obtained benefits from the 3 kings' inheritance. 3 kings' inheritance. Feng Tianyu thought of this and wished he could immediately rush to Xianxia Mountain. He was a famous refinement path Gu master in southern border. King Xen inheritance was suitable for him. Fangjing actually fought 1 against 7 and killed 6 Tai clansmen, including Tai Ba Xiu. One of the 5 great generals of Shang clan, Elder Yihua, came out of the inheritance and felt incredulous when he heard the news. Tai Ba Xiu's battle strength was on par with his. If Fang Yuan could kill Tai Ba Xiu, wouldn't he also be able to kill Ziji? How could this be possible? But the cold and cruel truth spoke louder than any argument. When Yihua understood more details, he gradually came to a realization. So he has grasped the flying art and can use it in battle. No wonder he could fight 7 against 1 and kill Tai Ba Xiu. Grasping flying techniques and being able to be used in battle. To Gu masters, it was a qualitative leap in their battle strength. Humans were creatures that walked on land, they were born with no wings. Even the ancestor of human did not have the ability to fly. If one were to fly, this itself was a heaven-defying miracle. Once one could fly, the encirclement on the ground would be of no threat. The vast sky would become a stage for Gu masters, allowing the flying Gu masters to roam freely. They could attack and retreat. They could firmly grasp the initiative on the battlefield. Southern Border's famous flying Gu masters, Fei Yu Wang, Lan Mei He, Hong Fei Yu, they all made people wary. They were existences that felt extremely troublesome and did not want to be enemies with. Yihua had a deep understanding of flying Gu masters. Because there was a perfect example by his side. That was Wei Yang. Wei Yang was known as the White Light Swordsman. He moved like light as fast as lightning. He was also a flying Gu master. He did not have enough aptitude and only had rank 3 peak stage cultivation, but he was one of the 5 important ministers of Shang clan, and was known as one of the 5 generals, on the same level as a rank 4 peak stage Gu master like Yihua. Once, Yihua felt that he was one of the 5 generals together with Wei Yang. It was an insult, thus he challenged him. The result? He was dejected. Wei Yang could come and go as he pleased, he could do nothing to him on the battlefield. In terms of flying speed, Wei Yang could be said to be number 1 in southern border, even Little Beast King cannot compare. Recently, Wei Yang received clan leaders' help and advanced to rank 4. Yihua thought of this, and the pressure in his heart increased. Shang clan's 5 generals were not united, they had their own factions and had always been competing with each other. Yihua had come to Xianxia Mountain this time to make some contributions and become a member of Shang Clan and obtain Shang Clan's Living Treasure Door's resources, advancing to rank 5 Gu Master. Fang Zheng has flying techniques and his battle strength rose sharply. But that Tai Ba Xiu was weak in long-range combat, and he had Tai Ruanan by his side, thus he was killed by Little Beast King. In terms of true battle strength, Tai Ba Xiu is higher than Little Beast King. Unfortunately, I can no longer recruit Little Beast King. Yihua thought of this and felt very regretful. Although the battle strength Fang Yuan displayed was not as good as ZG, Yihua could not do anything to him if he could fly. Forcing the Little Beast King was not going to work. On the contrary, it would ruin ZG's reputation and make Fang Yuan Shang Clan's Purple Thorn VIP. Apart from this, there was also the most important thing, the Tai family. Little Beast King had deeply offended Tai Clan this time. Tai Clan's losses were huge, they had to deal with Little Beast King, there was no way to turn the situation around. And Fang Zheng had announced in public that he would slaughter Tai Clan's disciples. His tone was extremely arrogant. If Yihua really recruited Little Beast King, it would be equivalent to offending Tai Clan. Tai Clan and Shang Clan were both super clans, giants of the righteous path. At that time, Yihua would have to bear endless pressure from Tai Clan and Shang Clan's higher-ups. Little Beast King must have grasped the secret of the 3 kings' inheritance. Otherwise, how could he have grasped such an exquisite flying technique in the blink of an eye? Li Xian sat on the sofa, his eyes narrowed into slits, flickering with brilliant light. He knew Fang Yuan's information like the back of his hand. Fang Yuan suddenly grasped the flying technique. This was simply inconceivable, it broke common sense. Even if he trained diligently in Shang Clan City, it would not be impossible for him to not leak any information. And how many years has it been? How could he possess such a powerful flying ability? Could it be? At the side, Hu Mei Air was also pondering. 3 kings' inheritance. A thought flashed in his mind, causing Li Xian to blurt out. In an instant, the matter of Little Beast King relying on the token to enter the 3 kings' inheritance to earn a lot of money in Shang Clan City. And the matter of him purposely delaying rescuing by Ning Bing to enter the 3 kings' inheritance. And every time he came out to the inheritance, he would bring out so many gains. These matters converged in Li Xian's mind, forming a clear clue. Little Beast King must have grasped the secret of the 3 kings' inheritance. In the 3 kings' inheritance, the flow of time was different from the outside world. It was a land of Gu immortals. The reason he could grasp the flying technique was definitely due to the 3 kings' inheritance. It must be, Fang Zheng must have grasped the great secret of the 3 kings' inheritance. Hu Mei Air also came to a realization. Her thoughts of charming Fang Yuan and recruiting him to her side suddenly became even more intense. Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories, he naturally grasped the secret of the 3 kings' inheritance. Li Xian and Hu Mei Air had a secret discussion, and by chance, they managed to deduce the truth. The problem now is, since we are in such a situation, how can we obtain even greater benefits? When Little Beast King matures, even Tai Ba Xiu will fall in his hands. He is not someone we can control. Li Xian clicked his tongue, his thoughts moving rapidly. We can't, but that doesn't mean others can't. People's hearts can be stirred, Hu Mei Air laughed charmingly. Chapter 370. Fang Yuan was originally only slightly famous on Shangliang Mountain. But after the battle with Tai Ba Xiu, his name spread throughout the southern border, becoming a well-known demonic path genius. When the news spread, it attracted the attention of many people. Among these people, some were experts who had been in closed cultivation for many years, some were Gu masters who roamed the world. The attention of the righteous path, the greed of the demonic path. It could be said that Fang Yuan had truly entered their field of vision. Some people chose to temporarily retreat, such as Century Boy. Some like Li Xian and Hu Mei Air secretly added fuel to the fire. There were also some whose battle intent was stimulated, directly declaring that they wanted to challenge him. At once, the winds and clouds surged, as countless waves swept towards Fang Yuan. Xianxia Mountain. In a certain cave, Fang and Bai were sitting cross-legged. Fang Yuan placed his palms on Bai Ningbing's back, instilling primeval essence into her. In Bai Ningbing's aperture, essence gold primeval essence was like a waterfall, falling from the sky and rushing into the primeval sea, creating countless waves. On the primeval sea, the waves surged unceasingly, continuously washing the aperture walls. Fang Yuan was rank 4 middle stage, possessing bright gold primeval essence. Under the effect of 9 Eyes liquor worm, it was purified to essence gold primeval essence. Right now, through bone flesh unity goo, it was injected into Bai Ningbing's aperture, helping her to nourish the aperture walls and increase her foundation. Several hours later, Fang Yuan retracted his palms, as Bai Ningbing slowly opened her eyes. Her expression was calm. She did not express any gratitude towards Fang Yuan's help, nor did she express any anger towards Fang Yuan's delay. She was extremely calm, as if the matter of her being trapped had never happened. But her inner feelings were extremely complex. All along, her cultivation was higher than Fang Yuan's. But at this moment, she had instead become the beneficiary of bone flesh unity goo. Essence gold primeval essence was a huge help to her. After all, she was still at rank 4 initial stage. It seems that cultivating with Fang Yuan is not bad. This thought was immediately extinguished by Bai Ningbing. She stood up slowly and said in a cold tone, as if she was taking pleasure in his misfortune, "Have you heard the recent rumors? Many people are saying that you hold the great secret of the 3 kings' inheritance. You didn't know how to fly, but you inherited the King of Confidence's legacy. You have to be careful. Right now, Tai family is furious. Tai family has publicly announced that you are a great enemy. The wanted list has already spread throughout the southern border." Fang Yuan was still sitting cross-legged on the ground as he replied indifferently, "Who doesn't know about our friendship? If the Tai family touches me, you won't be able to escape either. You continue to cultivate in the first half of the night. I'll stand guard for you. In the second half of the night, come out and replace me." Bai Ningbing then walked out. The current situation was even more dangerous than when he first came to Sancha Mountain. Fang and Bai tried not to cultivate at the same time. In the depths of the cave, only Fang Yuan was left. However, he was not in a hurry to cultivate. Instead, he fell into deep thought. The Tai family's reaction was within his expectations. He killed a Tai family elder and chased after the Tai family young master. He had already touched Tai family's bottom line. Tai family was a super clan, the leader of the righteous path. How could they tolerate this? Their revenge would definitely be extremely fierce. Other than Tai family, there were other troubles. Shang clan, Wu clan and other righteous path gu masters, Hu Mei Heir, Li Xian, Century Boy and other demonic path gu masters. This was the price of becoming famous. At the same time that Fang Yuan became famous in one battle, he also pushed himself to the heart of the struggle, receiving the attention of countless people. From all directions, there were undercurrents that tried to probe him, or waves that wanted to drown him. They had already converged into a huge whirlpool. With his previous life's experience, Fang Yuan knew that he was facing a test. If he could struggle free from this whirlpool and resist the incoming waves, he would be able to truly stand firm and become a publicly recognized expert of the southern border. If he was swallowed by this whirlpool and crushed, there would be no need to mention anything else. Right now, Divine Thief Lu Zhuanfeng has infiltrated Demon Suppression Tower several times and caused havoc in the Tai family. They are already in a terrible situation. I need to wait until they have the energy to deal with me. It is not a matter of a month or 2. I can put it aside for now. There are rumors circulating outside that I hold the inheritance's great secret. It is likely that Li Xian and Hu Mei Heir are behind this. I will deal with these 2 sooner or later. But Li Xian still has value at the moment. And Hu Mei Heir has a rank 6 Gu immortal behind her. Do I need to scheme? 3 kings' inheritance is too big of a cake. I am destined to not be able to eat it all. I can only choose the essence. But if I can obtain the essence, like undefeated 100 battles Gu, this trip will not be in vain. My strength will rise greatly. It will be of great help to the upcoming battle of Tian Mountain. Thoughts churned in Fang Yuan's mind, spreading out as he thought of Central Continent. Looking at the days, the Hu immortal inheritance on Central Continent's Tian-Ti Mountain should have opened already, right? This is a true Gu immortal inheritance. It is many times more precious than the Three Kings' inheritance. That Feng Kim Hong relied on this inheritance to become a Gu immortal, becoming a person whose name would shake the world in the future. At the same time, Central Continent, at the foot of Tian-Ti Mountain. The elite disciples from Central Continent's 10 great sects gathered together. Among the crowd, the real Gyue Fangjing let out a breath of turbid air. The large competition that had lasted for several months had finally ended. Several months ago, the 10 great sects had passed down orders to organize these elite disciples to compete in the large competition to determine the rankings. Central Continent's 10 great sects were the strongest inheritances. This generation of elite disciples were all dragons and phoenixes among men. They were the pride of heaven. Even the weakest of people would have 1 or 2 trump cards. Because of Fairy by Xia, Gyue Fangjing's days were not good. In the large competition, many opponents had deep enmity towards Fangjing and dealt heavy blows. Fortunately, Fangjing had a deep foundation. He had the Iron Beak Flying Crane group, and also had Lord White Crane, who was inside the spirit incubating flea, to guide him in battle. He passed the rounds with difficulty and obtained a relatively high ranking. At this time, in the sky above Tian-Ti Mountain, 10 formless Gu immortal divine senses were quietly conversing. This generation of elite disciples is only SOSO. But there is still a batch of outstanding juniors. Spirit Butterfly Valley's Xiaoqi Xing is not bad. If I remember correctly, he is Xiao Bai Hong's great-grandson? Myriad Dragon Doc's Ing Xingji is also very outstanding. Dragon Lady is the best at teaching him. Not at all. Your granddaughter, Feng Kim Hong, has beaten all her peers. No one can match her brilliance. She is the truly outstanding one. I say, don't flatter each other. Let's work together and completely open Hu immortal inheritance. All right. Let's do it together. Rise. 10 formless forces surged out from the void, majestic and vast like a tsunami, like a mountain flood. The heaven and earth changed color, winds blew and clouds surged. The 10 forces revolved around each other, then converged together and fiercely charged towards a certain place on Tian-Ti Mountain. Without any sound, the terrifying formless forces suddenly vanished. In the platinum light, a vermilion red gate slowly rose. The gate was 30 meters tall and had a 9-colored signboard, shining brightly. In the sky, pink auspicious clouds gathered, and the resplendent multicolored light converged to form a staircase of light. The staircase extended from the gate, forming a rainbow bridge, landing right under the elite disciples' feet. According to the ranking of the competition, you can enter one by one. In the sky, an indistinct voice resounded, clearly entering the ears of the 10 sects disciples. This was the voice of a Gu immortal. The 10 sects disciples' faces were filled with awe, reverence, and fanaticism. Most of their gazes were focused on a young girl. She wore a phoenix coronet, had red phoenix eyes, long golden eyebrows, and a red mole between her eyebrows. Her appearance was dignified and graceful, and also incomparably beautiful. She was this time's 10 sect competition's first place, Feng Kim Hong. This girl was luxurious and glorious. Her skin was white as snow, and her gaze was like lightning, like a phoenix soaring in the sky, elegant and pure, looking down on the world. Compared to her, the other elite disciples around her seemed to have become ordinary sparrows. When Feng Zheng fought with her, he only lasted for 6 rounds before regrettably losing. Hearing the Gu Immortal's voice, Feng Kim Hong let out a clear cry, turning into a ray of light and shooting up. The golden light turned into a phoenix, and when it crashed into the gate, the vermilion gate shook, tearing open a void and swallowing Feng Kim Hong inside. After Feng Kim Hong, it was Xiaoqi Xing, Ing Xingji and others who entered Hu immortal inheritance one after another. After 20 to 30 people entered, it was finally Gyue Fangjing's turn. Fangjing walked up the rainbow staircase and entered the gate. He felt the world spinning, and the colors in front of him formed a whirlpool, dazzling like 100 flowers, as if he was in a dazzling tornado, drifting with the wind. A cute and tender little girl suddenly entered his sight. Are you also a fated person who wants to inherit Who Immortal Inheritance? In a while you will see a mountain peak. Only the first person to ascend to the peak of the mountain can have me. You'll have to work harder. Those in front of you in line have already been claimed. First you are a lot. The little girl was dressed in gorgeous colorful clothes. Behind her, there was a snow-white fox tail sticking up mischievously. Her big eyes were round and filled with innocence. You, who are you? Fang Zheng was shocked and suspicious. He could not understand why such a girl would appear in this Gu immortal land. So it's a silly boy. As the girl spoke, she mischievously stretched out her fair little finger and lightly tapped Fang Zheng's forehead. Then, just like how she suddenly appeared, she suddenly disappeared without a trace. With this, Fang Zheng's feather-like body suddenly regained its weightlessness, and he abruptly fell down. Fang Zheng screamed as he felt a strong sense of weightlessness. He wanted to activate his Gu worms, but to his horror his entire aperture was sealed by a formless force. He could not use the power of the Gu. Chapter 371. With a muffled sound, dust flew up. Fang Zheng fell heavily to the ground, his face landing on the ground as he fell flat on his face. He fell from a high altitude, but it did not take long before he landed on the ground. He did not fall to his death. Fang Zheng lay on the ground, spitting out the grass and soil in his mouth, his whole body aching and suffocating. Where is this? He took a few breaths and stood up in a sorry state, looking at his surroundings. The surroundings were covered in green grass. Fang Zheng felt like he was in a grassland. The grass swayed along with the wind. Countless colorful flowers formed a carpet of flowers, extending to the horizon. In the distance, a tall and precipitous crystal mountain stood abruptly. The crystalline peak was translucent and pink, looking dreamy and illusory. Fang Zheng stood here and could clearly see that there were already people climbing the mountain. Compared to the entire crystal mountain, these people were as tiny as ants. The first person to climb to the peak will obtain Who Immortal Inheritance. Suddenly, Fang Zheng recalled the words of that mysterious girl. Who was that mysterious girl? Could he really obtain this Who Immortal Inheritance by climbing the opposite mountain? Just as Fang Zheng was feeling uncertain, Master Tenshuru's anxious voice came from the depths of his mind. Stupid disciple, what are you hesitating for? Quickly climb this Dang Hun mountain. Master. Fang Zheng was surprised and joyful. Who is that girl? Also, why can't I use my Gu worms? Quickly run over and make the best use of your time. I will explain the reason to you. Listen carefully. Master Tenshuru hurriedly explained. This Hu Immortal Inheritance is no small matter. It is a complete Gu Immortal Inheritance. There is only one inheritor who can obtain it. They can soar to the sky and have a high possibility of becoming an immortal in the future. As for the others, they will not obtain any benefits or gains. The girl you saw earlier is the Hu Immortal Inheritance. You can only be the first to climb to the peak and become her master. Only then can you obtain the Gu Immortal Inheritance. Fang Zheng looked at the peak as he ran. He had lived in the southern border since he was young, and there were many mountains in the southern border. Naturally, he knew the principle of the mountain in sight runs to the death. Master, I'm still very far away from this crystal mountain. Those people were already climbing the mountain. The gap was too big. I can't even activate my movement Gu. How can I win? Master Tenshuru snorted. Ignorant. This was Hu Immortal's blessed land. This world was different from the rest. Although the Fox Immortal had already perished. But his will was still there. Your movement Gu has already been restricted by Hu Immortal's will, of course you can't use it. The others were the same, unable to use any Gu worms. If you want to reach the peak, you can only rely on your own physical strength to complete this test. Fang Zheng heard this and felt dejected. I can't use a movement Gu, and there is such a huge gap. How am I supposed to catch up? Strangely, We entered the gatehouse one after another. Why is there such a huge gap between them? Master Tenshuru replied, "This is a Gu immortal blessed land. The flow of time is different. 1 day in the outside world is 5 days in here. When you guys entered the gatehouse one by one in the outside world, the time difference was very short. But once you entered here, the time difference suddenly increased. Otherwise, why would there be a competition to decide the ranking? Every ranking represents a certain advantage. The last one basically has no hope of winning." So that's it. Fang Zheng finally understood how important it was to obtain a ranking in the competition. But unfortunately, he was not strong enough and his strength was inferior to others. The 10 great sects were the leaders of Central Continent. With hidden dragons and crouching tigers, their foundation was extremely deep. Even southern borders superclans could not compare. Among this generation's elite disciples, Fang Zheng, Fairy by Xia, Gu Ting, Wei Wushang and others could only be considered the second level. On the first level, there were Feng Kim Hong, Ying Xingji, Xiao Qi Xing and others. They all had Gu immortals supporting them. Their backgrounds were extremely deep. From the moment they started, they received meticulous nurturing. A vast amount of resources were supplied, never lacking. Occasionally, there were even Gu immortal level existences who personally taught them and gave them instructions. In comparison, a person like Fang Zheng was just a country bumpkin. Although he had some fortuitous encounters, how could it compare to the support of Gu immortals? My ranking is not high, but there is nothing I can do about it. I have already used all my strength in the competition. Even the Iron Beak Flying Crane group was almost wiped out. Fang Zheng felt regret and helplessness. But as he thought about it, he suddenly felt something was wrong. "Master, since Gu worms cannot be used here, how can you still talk to me?" "Master, you are truly amazing, you are truly amazing." Ha! Master Tenshuru could not help but laugh loudly. "Stupid disciple, you finally realize this? But you overestimate me. I was only rank 5 when I was alive, and after death, my soul is residing in this spirit incubating flea. It is even less of a problem. The reason I can talk to you is because of my Crane Gate's Supreme Elder, Lord He Fengyang. Fang Zheng, you must remember, in this world, only Gu immortals can deal with Gu immortals." Supreme Elder He Fengyang? Fang Zheng's heart was filled with shock. Crane Gate had many Gu immortals hidden. Among them, He Fengyang was one of them. To think that he was actually involved with him. Master Tenshuru spoke in a meaningful tone. "Fang Zheng, who immortal's inheritance is not a small matter, it has a land spirit. That is to say, this blessed land has its own will. Even if Gu immortals attack it, they will not have an advantage. The land spirit is pure and stubborn. It inherited the original owner's obsession. If they fight it, even if the land spirit cannot endure it, it will choose to self-destruct, causing the blessed land to collapse. The Gu immortals who attack it will also get injured in vain, their losses will be disastrous, and all their efforts will be in vain. Thus, they sent you these elite disciples. In this great competition, Spirit Affinity House produced a Feng Kim Hong. She is indeed amazing. This young girl can be said to be a genius among geniuses. Looking down on everyone, she is a dragon among men. Your foundation is insufficient. It is normal for you to lose to her. But our Crane Gate might not lose. You are our Crane Gate's hope of turning the tables. Me! Fang Zheng's eyes opened wide. He had not expected such a huge hope to be placed on him. He suddenly realized. This contest for Hu immortal inheritance seemed to be a competition between the elite disciples of the 10 sects, but it was actually a contest between the 10 great sections. He and the others were chess pieces, while the Gu immortals of the 10 sects were the chess players. They stayed behind the scenes, arranging the chess pieces and competing with each other. And he himself was ignorant and was chosen by Crane Gate as their secret weapon. Master, aren't the sect's hopes on me too high? I can't even use my Gu worms now. How can I be the sole victor? Master Tenshuru laughed complacently. Fang Zheng, do you know what this crystal mountain is? This is the famous Dang Hun Mountain in the legends of Renzu. Dang Hun Mountain. Fang cried out in shock. The legends of Renzu were widely spread in this world. Fang naturally knew of Dang Hun Mountain's great name. Master Tenshru continued, all living beings in this world, as long as they enter the range of Dang Hun Mountain, their souls will be shaken. The closer they get to the peak, the stronger the vibrations. Many living beings have weak souls, and their souls will scatter when they reach the waist of the mountain. Of course, this is a righteous path inheritance. It is not as dangerous as a demonic path inheritance. Dang Hun Mountain's power has already been suppressed by the land spirit, allowing you elite disciples to ascend to the peak. If someone cannot hold on, they will be transported out by the land spirit. It can be said that your life is not in danger. Master Tenshru's tone became more solemn. Fang, what I am going to say next is of utmost importance. Listen carefully. You were exterminated at such a young age, and the culprit was your own brother. You are determined to take revenge and have a firm will. After experiencing such a huge change, your soul is far stronger than your peers. But compared to people like Feng Kim Hong and Xiao Qi Xing, there is still a gap. But don't be discouraged, He Fengyang's scheme is ingenious here. He secretly used a method to revive the spirit incubating flea. Next, I will use my soul to support you and push you to the peak of Dang Hun Mountain. Master Tenshru was a rank 5 Gu master. His life experience was uncountable. At the same time, he had a long lifespan and abundant experience. His soul foundation naturally far surpassed people like Feng Kim Hong and Xiao Qi Xing. Although these geniuses were high-spirited and had limitless futures, compared to Master Tenshru, their soul foundation was still lacking. Fang was both happy and worried. With Master's help, I have a chance of winning. But isn't it unfair to cheat like this? What if other Gu immortals find out? What should I do? Master Tenshru snorted and reprimanded, silly kid, this is not cheating, it is ability and talent. With ability and talent, you will naturally obtain a Gu immortal's inheritance. This is fairness. Don't worry, you have Crane Gate behind you, and with Lord He Fengyang protecting you, other Gu immortals won't dare to touch you. Moreover, Gu immortals cannot enter the Blessed Land. Once they enter the Blessed Land, they will be attacked by the land spirit. Thus, even if they discover something, they can only watch helplessly. Ha! The land spirit is so powerful? Even Gu immortals are not its match? Fang was flabbergasted. One side attacks with all their might, while the other side is afraid of harming the innocent. Moreover, the land spirit and the blessed land are one. In the blessed land, the land spirit is an immortal god, heaven and earth are under its control. Controlling the land spirit means controlling the blessed land. Master Tenshru replied. Fang suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Oh, I understand, that little girl I saw just now is the land spirit. Ha! Master Tenshru laughed loudly. Disciple, you are not too stupid, you finally understood. That's right, that little girl is Hu immortal land spirit. Charge forward. Charge forward courageously. This Dang Hun Mountain is very hard to climb, it will take at least a year and a half. Just in case, I won't speak much and will only help you in secret. With my help, you have at least an 80% chance of obtaining Hu immortal's inheritance. As long as you obtain Hu immortal's inheritance, you will soar to the sky, from a beggar to a tycoon, becoming fat in one go. This is ascending to heaven in one step. I understand, Master. I will do my best, I won't disappoint you. Fang tiger eyes shone with a resolute and courageous light. Go, the whole Crane Gate is watching you. Master Tenshru's words roused Fang, igniting the hot blood in his body. Chapter 372. Several months later. Southern border, Xianxia Mountain. In a spacious cave, a banquet was in full swing. Gu masters were toasting each other, the lights were bright, and the aroma of the dishes permeated the air. Come eat and drink, there's no need to be restrained. Sentry Boy sat at the main seat, looking around and calling out loudly. Sentry Boy wore a black robe, he looked like a young boy, but he was actually over 180 years old. In this world, Under normal circumstances, a person's lifespan was only around 100 years. To increase one's lifespan, the best way was to find lifespan goo. But lifespan goo was hard to find and extremely rare. Man was the spirit of all living beings, who would complain about having a long lifespan. Thus, many other methods were thought of. Century Boy was such an example. Although he did not find lifespan goo, he had revert youth goo, which could accumulate his life force and slowly release it, thus achieving the effect of prolonging his lifespan. However, the disadvantage of this was that his body and appearance would always be fixed at a young age. Century Boy had rank 4 upper stage cultivation, and at the same time he had over 180 years of rich experience and was worthy of being a senior in the demonic path. He was old and experienced. He liked to hold banquets and invite people from all walks of life. Sometimes, he would give pointers to some people and impart some experiences. In the demonic path, he had the reputation of guiding the younger generation. Some demonic path goo masters were guided by him and recognized him as a godfather. Over time, a group of godsons and goddaughters gathered around the Century Boy, forming a relatively large group of forces. Today's banquet included many of his godsons and goddaughters. There were also distinguished guests, like Rock Lizard Li Chang and Fiery Star Bao Tong. They were famous demonic path figures and could not be underestimated. Shang Clan's Yihua. He is indeed strong, suppressing the other 4 rank 4 peak stage goo masters. On Xianxia Mountain, there is currently no one who can contend against him. Goo Refinement Master Feng Tianyu is here. He promised to refine goo for Yihua. I wonder what goo he refined, but Yihua's battle strength must have increased greatly. During the banquet, the topic that everyone discussed the most was naturally the current situation on Xianxia Mountain. Yihua came from Shang clan. He represented the righteous path. His strength had a huge influence. It caused all the demonic path goo masters on Xianxia Mountain to be suppressed. They could not even raise their heads during battles, feeling fearful. Although Yihua is powerful, he is only at rank 4 peak stage. If Tai Ba Xiu was still alive, he would definitely be able to compete with him. And he wouldn't be in the limelight like he is now. When Tai Ba Xiu was mentioned, everyone couldn't help but think of Feng Yuan. A few days ago, Little Beast King killed Yutsong again. This is the 4th strength path goo master he killed this month. Someone said in a low voice. Yutsong was a righteous goo master and came from a small to medium-sized clan, Yu clan. Ever since Feng Yuan killed Tai Ba Xiu, his aura had grown stronger, and he had repeatedly caused trouble for others. Kill demonic path or righteous path goo masters. His ferocious might was awe-inspiring, and his murderous name shook a region. Centenarian Boy's ears twitched. His senses were very sharp. He heard the name Little Beast King. His expression turned ugly. The sky tiger Xue Sanxi that Feng Yuan had killed was one of his goddaughters. He had originally spread the word that he was going to cause trouble for Feng Yuan. However, after Feng Yuan killed Tai Ba Xiu, he immediately ceased all activities. They stopped talking about Feng Yuan. Little Beast King might be strong, but he also obtained the help of 3 kings' inheritance. He knows a lot of secrets regarding the inheritance. Thus, every time he enters the inheritance, his gains are much greater than ours. Li Xian, you transacted with him, so you know his situation very well. Is there such a thing? Rock Lizard Li Chang suddenly said loudly. Li Xian nodded. There is indeed such a thing. These few months, Little Beast King has sold some of the secrets of 3 kings' inheritance many times. 9 out of 10 of his intelligence reports were true, and all of them had been verified. For example, the first half of King Xian inheritance interferes with the hairy men's goo refinement. There are also some experiences of King Quan inheritance. Little Beast King definitely has many important secrets hidden in the depths of his heart. His luck has arrived. He really struck it rich this time. Relying on 3 kings' inheritance, his battle strength is getting stronger and stronger. Right now, he is one of the most popular candidates to inherit 3 kings' inheritance. Fiery Star Bao Tong said while drinking, his tone filled with envy and jealousy. Fang Zheng is getting stronger and stronger. He is also increasing his goo worms. These few months, he has been working together with Bai Ningbing. They are simply a pair of adulterous husband and wife. These two are colluding with each other. Who knows how many people have fallen victim to their treacherous schemes. Little Beast King's ambition is huge. Ever since he entered Xianxia Mountain, he has been challenging Strength Path Gu masters everywhere. Recently, he even declared that he wants to become the #1 Strength Path person and restore the glory of the ancient Strength Path. Fortunately, I am not a Strength Path Gu master, everyone discussed fervently. Fang Yuan only took the initiative to deal with Strength Path Gu masters. This caused Strength Path Gu masters to feel danger, while Gu masters of other paths watched from the sidelines with a gloating attitude. Fang Yuan might be arrogant, but he did not provoke public anger. Firstly, he had strong battle strength and could fly. He was not easy to deal with. Secondly, he leaked a lot of information about 3 kings' inheritance, causing many people to curry favor with him. Thirdly, he only dealt with Strength Path Gu masters, only one type of people. He did not blindly provoke all Gu masters. Lord 100 Years, you have to be careful. I remember, you are also a Strength Path Gu master, right? Fang Zheng, that barbarian, when he acts tyrannically, he is really unreasonable, fierce and tyrannical. Rock Lizard Li Chang looked deeply at Century Boy, seemingly advising him with good intentions. Century Boy sighed inwardly. How could he have expected Fang Yuan to be so ferocious? Sigh, talented people appear in every generation. These days, there are many talents. A few years ago, there was Mo Tian, and now there is Little Beast King. This world is getting harder and harder. It is not easy to be a godfather. Century Boy thought this in his heart, but his mouth was still unyielding. If heaven wants a person to die, it will first make him crazy. This Little Beast King is getting crazier and crazier. He is not far from death. He killed my goddaughter Xue Sanxi. I will find him for revenge sooner or later. But there is no rush. After 3 kings' inheritance is over, I will slowly settle the score with him. The urgent matter now is still 3 kings' inheritance. Saying so, he turned to his godsons and goddaughters at the banquet. You also need to understand the principle of priority. 3 kings' inheritance is a once-in-100 years opportunity. It is an extremely rare opportunity. You need to grasp it as much as possible. If you miss it, you will regret it for life. The implication was that they should also avoid conflict with the Little Beast King. Godfather is right. Godfather's words are too reasonable. It is thought-provoking. That's right, a gentleman's revenge is never too late. This Little Beast King won't be able to jump around for long. He killed Tai Ba Xiu and chased after Tai Clan's young master. Wait until he gets through Tai Clan's pursuit. I heard that Tai Clan's people have already secretly come to Xianxia Mountain. Godfather, when I cultivate to rank 4, I will be able to deal with Little Beast King even without Godfather's help. Little Beast King won't be happy for long. Under my thunderclap Gu, his corpse will be preserved. These goddaughters and godsons spoke one after another. Some expressed their loyalty, as if they were willing to go through fire and water for Century Boy. Some even flattered, saying that Century Boy disdained to deal with Fang Yuan. Some judged the situation and said that Fang Yuan's joy would not last long. Good, 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 you are all my good children. Godfather's guidance was not in vain. Century Boy laughed heartily. Just at this time, a voice suddenly came from outside the cave. Century Boy, Fang Jing is here, come out. The noisy and lively banquet that had just been toasting each other suddenly became deathly silent. Little Beast King. Why did he come to find them? Everyone looked at each other and saw the shock on each other's faces. Especially Century Boy's godsons and goddaughters. They were dazed, not knowing what to do, not daring to make a sound. That's right, this is Little Beast King's voice. It seems he has indeed arrived. Li Xian held back his laughter and broke the silence. Rock Lizard Li Chang, Fiery Star Bao Tong and the others put down their wine cups, their expressions grave. Century Boy slammed his wine cup on the table and shouted towards the outside of the cave while gritting his teeth. I am here, what business does Little Beast King have? Outside the cave, Fang Yuan's voice immediately came. Century Boy, you set up a banquet and invited heroes from all over? But you did not even invite me? Are you looking down on me? Don't apologize, it is already too late. Since you are also a strength path Gu master, come out and compete with me. When the century boy heard this, he was shocked and angry at the same time. Fang Yuan's appearance made him apprehensive. Fang Yuan's arrogance made him furious. Fang Yuan's words made it seem like he was really going to apologize, making him angry. But Century Boy did not want to fight with Fang Yuan. He looked around and shouted angrily, "Little Beast King, don't be too arrogant. You've come looking for trouble like this. You're too arrogant. You're simply looking down on all the heroes here today. I will tell you the truth, Lord Rock Lizard Li Chang, Fiery Star Bao Tong and the Demonic Path's sharp young master Li Xian are here. Are you courting death?" Once he said this, everyone's expression changed. They cursed Century Boy in their hearts for being sinister, wanting to drag them all into the water. But Fang Yuan continued, "Century Boy, you are a coward, but the people you invited are all heroes. Let me make it clear to you that I'm here to look for trouble. I am not looking for trouble with others, but I am specifically looking for trouble with you. I want to restore the glory of the ancient times and rebuild the glory of Strength Path. You little rascal who ruined the reputation of Strength Path, come and accept your death." Li Chang heard this and his solemn expression immediately eased up. Fang Yuan's intention of coming was only for Century Boy. This made his mind slightly relaxed. "I didn't expect Little Beast to also know of my name, Wang De." Bao Tong stroked his beard with a complacent expression. Li Xian chuckled and looked at the centenarian boy. He made up his mind to sit on the sidelines and watch the fire burn. Chapter 373. Fang Yuan scolded again, causing Century Boy's anger to burn even more fiercely as he thought. Little Beast King might be strong, but the reason he killed Tai Ba Xiu was because he had the advantage of flying. He is so young, he has not eaten as much as I have eaten salt. As long as I focus on defending and do not be greedy, there will not be any danger to my life. In public, Century Boy could only force himself to maintain his dignity. If he avoided the battle, the reputation he had painstakingly built up over the years would be lost. If I really cannot hold on, I will escape back to the cave. There are so many people in this banquet, even Fang Zheng would not dare to come in. But what is annoying is that these people were saying such nice words earlier, but at the crucial moment, none of them can be relied on. Century Boy fiercely stared at his godsons and goddaughters, feeling angry and disappointed. Speaking of which, among these children he recognized, Xianxia had the highest cultivation and was the most promising, but unfortunately she was killed by Fang Yuan. Little Beast King, you are too arrogant and tyrannical. Today I will let you know that the older, the wiser. Century Boy walked out of the cave and looked at Fang Yuan, shouting furiously. His appearance was like a child, but his tone was old and full of vicissitudes. It was extremely strange. "Less nonsense, take my move." Fang Yuan saw Century Boy and sneered. He took a step forward, like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, creating a storm of blood as he pounced forward. All-out effort Gu. Instantly, Beast Phantom soared as Fang Yuan's strength rose sharply. Bam bam bam. Muffled sounds of punches and kicks colliding could be heard one after another. Outside the cave, the figures of two Strength Path Gu masters were entangled. Both were fighting in close combat, fiercely attacking and punching. After fighting for a while, the two were already 100 steps away. Wherever it went, rocks were sent flying, trees were toppled, and dust and leaves were sent flying all over the place. The Gu masters in the banquet had already rushed out of the cave, watching the battle from the side. Bitter strength Gu. Fang Yuan gave up on defense. The heavier his injuries, the stronger the strength he could display. Suddenly, there was a bull's cry. Above his head, a huge green ox phantom rose. This green ox was huge, twice the size of an elephant. Its back bulged high, thick and solid, and was covered in moss. This was the Kunlun ox. It was an existence that could rival the Biao, Dracophant, Thunderboar, and Rock Crocodile. Fang Yuan struck out with the Kunlun ox strength. This strike was powerful and heavy. Even the air exploded, bringing with it the whistling of wind and thunder. The centenarian boy was caught off guard and was sent flying far away. His small body was like a ball as he crashed into a dozen tall trees. Only then did it stop. He spat out a mouthful of blood and glared fiercely at Fang Yuan. It was actually the Kunlun Ox strength. The little beast king's strength had increased again. "Century boy, I killed your goddaughter, Xianxia. Haven't you always wanted revenge? Today I will give you this chance." Fang Yuan laughed mockingly and charged forward again. "Little beast king, you are too arrogant. Take this." Century boy was so angry that his face turned red. His eyebrows were raised. He received Fang Yuan's attack and counterattacked. Century boy was, after all, a demonic cultivator who had lived for close to 200 years. He had some skills and also had many hidden trump cards. When he truly erupted, Fang Yuan also felt the pressure and was on the verge of being suppressed by Century boy. Strength Chi Gu. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's shoulder shook as he exerted Strength Chi. The Thunderboar Phantom was attached to the Strength Chi and immediately turned into a solid body, charging towards Century boy. Century boy could only dodge for the time being. Fang Yuan followed behind the Thunderboar and launched a fierce attack. Century boy's counterattack dissipated like a puff of smoke. Fang Yuan's battle experience was increasing and he was becoming more adept at using this set of goo worms. In the past, he could not use Strength Chi Gu while fighting in close combat. But now, after dozens of battles, he could already coordinate his battle tactics with the beast phantoms. Thunderboar was simple and fierce. When it charged, rocks and mountains crumbled when it encountered them. Rock Crocodile was unyielding. Its tail was like a steel whip and its mouth was like a saw, overflowing with a savage aura. Kunlun Bull was even more courageous. Its horns pointed in all directions and its back was like a mountain rock. Once these three mutated beast phantoms were activated, Century boy would be badly battered and flustered. The beast phantoms turning into solid form was a huge threat to Century boy. But even if he destroyed the beast phantoms, he only destroyed a trace of Strength Chi. When Fang Yuan activated Strength Chi Gu again, the beast phantoms would reappear, full of vigor and vitality. Fortunately, Little Beast King's three mutated beast phantoms can only be summoned by luck. His all-out effort Gu is only rank 3 and cannot activate these mutated beast phantoms. Century boy was firmly suppressed by Fang Yuan, but he rejoiced in his heart. Fang Yuan had raised the boar, crocodile and green bull phantoms to Thunderboar, rock crocodile and Kunlun bull respectively. This caused his overall battle strength to rise. However, there was also a disadvantage. His all-out effort Gu was only rank 3 and could not activate these 3 rank 4 mutated beast phantoms as he wished. Unless Fang Yuan obtained undefeated 100 battles Gu from King Xian inheritance and raised all-out effort Gu to rank 4. Godfather's situation is getting worse. Should we make a move? Are you courting death? The battle between these two is so intense. Before we even join in, we will be turned into minced meat. Strong, truly too strong. Among us, only Flying Sky Tiger has the qualifications to join the battle. Unfortunately, she was killed by Fang Jing long ago. Then are we just going to watch like this? What are you afraid of? Is Godfather so easy to deal with? He definitely has some other methods. Outside the cave, Century boy's godsons and goddaughters looked at the intense battle in front of them, their hearts trembling and their limbs turning cold. Century boy's body was small and his fighting style was crafty. He dodged all around and focused on attacking small areas, his fists and legs exploding out with explosive force. But Fang Yuan was bold and unrestrained. His legs were like spears, his arms were like huge rods and his legs were like huge rods. From time to time, there would even be explosive sounds. The momentum was fierce and powerful. Century boy was at a disadvantage. His space to maneuver was getting smaller and smaller. These months, Fang Yuan's Gu worms had improved again. Not only did he raise the Green Bull Phantom to Kunlun Bull Phantom, at the same time he also used Essence Iron Bone Gu. The hardness of his bones rose again, 2 to 3 times stronger than before. Besides these, he also used Golden Steel Tendon Gu. forging his tendons and tendons into the toughness of golden steel. Ancient bronze skin, essence iron bones, golden steel tendon. These three defenses linked together and reflected off each other, greatly increasing Fang Yuan's defense. Together with golden shield Gu, it was enough to deal with the full strength of a rank 4 peak stage Gu master. Century Boy became more shocked as he fought. This little beast king, how can he be so shrewd? I was suppressed by him from the start. How many times did I try? I can't even turn the situation around. Is he still a young man? How can such a person only be in his 20s? Century Boy recalled his appearance when he was in his 20s, and compared to Fang Yuan, he felt that he had wasted all these years. No, I have to retreat. This little beast king. I can't use common sense to estimate him. No wonder Tai Ba Xiu died in his hands. Up until now, he has not used Bone Wings Gu. Century Boy was suppressed by Fang Yuan to the point where he could barely breathe. After thinking for a while, he had the intention to retreat. His figure suddenly changed, and he ran towards the cave. Century Boy, are you afraid? Fang Yuan activated Charging Crash Gu. He chased relentlessly. Century Boy, with me here, where are you going? Bai Ningbing suddenly jumped into the battlefield, blocking in front of Century Boy. You! Century Boy's attention was placed on Fang Yuan. How could he have expected Bai Ningbing to suddenly appear beside him and make a move? Caught off guard, he was hit by Bai Ningbing's attack and lost his footing. How could Fang Yuan let go of such a good opportunity? A series of fierce attacks. His luck was good. Thunder Boar, Rock Crocodile and Kunlun Bull, these three beast phantoms. They fiercely attacked together. The tremendous power surged like the sea, instantly knocking out the Century Boy. Century Boy did not even have time to scream before his leg was grabbed by Fang Yuan and torn into two. Ah! Godfather, you died so tragically, Lord Century Boy. At once, under everyone's shocked cries, blood splattered, white bones could be seen, and organs fell to the ground one after another. Ah, what Century Boy, he is only SOS. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed arrogantly. Blood splattered all over his face. He stared at the people in front of him and shouted unhappily, "What are you shouting for?" Century Boy fled in the face of danger. He is as cowardly as a mouse. He is simply a disgrace to the strength path. He deserved to die. Suddenly, his expression relaxed and he laughed. Everyone here is a reasonable person. No one helped this shameless person. Come, let's go in and drink. Li Xian, are you interested in the information regarding the inheritance of the three kings? I still have a deal to make with you. Everyone was shocked and worried, but also curious. They were shocked because Fang Yuan was like a demon god descending to the world. He killed another famous person. His strength was even more terrifying. They were worried because Fang Yuan killed people like they were grass. He just killed a person. He laughed loudly and talked wittily. He did not care about human lives at all. Anyone would feel pressured when interacting with such a person. They were curious because Fang Yuan knew the secret of the inheritance of the three kings, and now wanted to make a deal with Li Xian. Would he be able to obtain some information regarding the three kings' legacy from him? Everyone's thoughts were complicated. They hesitated for a moment. Fang Yuan walked with his head held high. He walked side by side with Bai Ningbing and directly entered the cave. The people who were originally blocking the entrance subconsciously made way for the two of them. Fang Yuan walked into the banquet and sat on the main seat with a flourish. This seat was originally occupied by Century Boy. Sit down, don't stand on ceremony. Whoever dares to leave is not giving me, little beast king, face. Fang Yuan's fierce eyes swept around, his mouth uttering undisguised threats. Rock Lizard Li Chang, Fiery Fire Star Bao Tong and the others were only rank 4 upper stage. They dared not say anything and could only sit down. In the ice-cold silence, everyone looked at each other, worried that Fang Yuan would suddenly kill people. They could only sit down. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes and revealed a smile. Since everyone is giving me face, I will sell it to everyone. Next, he casually mentioned a piece of information regarding the protection token of the three kings' inheritance. Chapter 374. So there's still such a chance of survival in the inheritance of the three kings. If I get the token, I'll definitely be able to do as I please and not have to retreat in advance. Bao Tong sighed. Li Chang took the initiative to raise his cup and toasted Fang Yuan. Little beast, Wang Da's words are really worth 1,000 gold. This cup of wine celebrates you for killing Century Boy, the scum of the strength path. Just now, Li Chang was still conversing with Century Boy. Now that it was Fang Yuan, he immediately changed his words and labeled Century Boy as a scum. You flatter me. Fang Yuan did not raise his cup. Instead, he looked at Century Boy's godchildren and waved his hand impatiently. Today, I've killed the culprit. I'm in a good mood, so I'll let you guys live. If you don't want to stay, get lost. Get lost, get lost. You're an eyesore. With Century Boy's death, these godchildren were already anxious. When they heard this, they could not help but look at each other. What? Stay, do you want me to kill you? Fang Yuan smiled coldly. Immediately, the crowd was in an uproar. Many people left pathetically, and the banquet was instantly half empty. However, a small portion of Centenary Boy's godchildren remained. Lord Fangjing, you're my savior. One of the godsons suddenly knelt down and shouted with tears and snot mixed together, I was forced by that centenarian boy to acknowledge a thief as my father. Lord Little Beast King, you are mighty and domineering. You saved me from the water and fire. You are my savior. Little Beast, Wang Da, your valiance has completely conquered my heart. Please let me stay and accompany you and serve you. A beautiful goddaughter pleaded delicately. Little Beast, Wang Da, you saved me from disaster. I'll never forget your great kindness. Please let me call you Godfather. An old man in his 70s or 80s knelt on the ground and shouted emotionally. Whoosh! In an instant, everyone fell to their knees in front of Fang Yuan. With the death of Century Boy, the leader of this group of forces was gone, and they immediately fell apart. Most of them escaped, while others changed their ways and wanted to rely on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed out loud. What a pleasant speech. Not bad, not bad. Joy also appeared on the faces of the group of godchildren. But then Fang Yuan stopped laughing and his face turned gloomy. He shouted in a low voice, a bunch of flatterers. Killing was killing and evil was evil. What was there to be grateful about? I have never disdained such hypocritical praise. I like to kill, I like to sin, listen how direct. All of you get lost as well. If you want revenge, hurry up and accumulate your strength. I'll be waiting for you to challenge me. The godchildren were astonished. Terrified, they were all stunned. Fang Yuan snorted through his nose. With a thought, the beast shadow pounced forward. One person was killed on the spot. Everyone seemed to have woken up from a dream and screamed in unison. They fled out of the cave in a sorry state, pissing their pants in fear. The Gu masters who stayed behind had ugly expressions. Fang Yuan was temperamental and killed people at the slightest provocation, causing the people around him to feel pressured. Century Boy might be hateful, but compared to him, he was many times cuter. Only Bai Ningbing sat on the left side of Fang Yuan, her blue eyes half closed and her expression as calm as ice. Li Chang had been holding his wine cup without putting it down. At this moment, he forgot about the awkwardness and forced a smile. Little Beast Wang Da people, we need to eliminate the roots when cutting weeds. If we let these people go, what if they become famous in the future? To be safe, it is better to kill them all. Little Beast Wang Da people, it doesn't matter if you can't remember all of them, I remember. Let me kill these people on your behalf as thanks for the information just now. It's fine, it's fine. Fang Yuan leaned back on the chair, smiling lightly. He naturally had his own plans for letting these people go, but he could not say it out loud. After thinking for a while, Fang Yuan said, I walk the demonic path and have never been afraid of offending people. As long as I continue to get stronger, what is revenge? If 10 people take revenge, I will kill 10 people. If 100 people take revenge, I will kill 100 people. If the whole world takes revenge, I will kill the whole world. If my revenge is successful, it proves that I am not strong enough, did not work hard enough, and slacked off in my cultivation. I deserve to die. As Fang Yuan said this, his eyes flashed with a sharp light. He looked left and right like a ferocious tiger. No one dared to look him in the eye. Little Beast King is ruthless to others, but even more ruthless to himself. This Fang Jing's demonic nature is too strong. Not afraid of revenge, not afraid of death, putting life and death aside. Fang Jing has gone crazy. His mentality is not normal at all. Being enemies with such a person is definitely a nightmare. Everyone heard Fang Yuan's words and felt a chill in their hearts. Fang Yuan succeeded in intimidating everyone, so he stopped before going too far. He smiled and said, "Let's drink." Everyone raised their wine cups, trembling with fear, as if they were accompanied by a man-eating tiger. Thinking of their own safety, the wine became tasteless. But following that, Fang Yuan talked about the inheritance of the three kings and exposed many secrets. Everyone's attention was completely attracted as they secretly listened to the secrets one by one. Many people were so excited that their breathing became heavy. Only Li Xian was worried and bewildered. What is this little beast king planning? He actually took the initiative to expose this precious information. What is he trying to do? After an hour, the banquet ended. Fang Yuan killed Centenarian Boy, occupied his nest, and even hosted the banquet. And the others were still not satisfied. They all felt that this trip was worthwhile. When they walked out of the cave, they were even somewhat reluctant to leave. They wanted to hear more information from Fang Yuan's mouth. As for the original host of the banquet, that Centenarian Boy, his torn corpse was still on the ground. Blood had already seeped into the ground, and the deathly white bones emitted a cold light under the moonlight. Everyone talked and laughed as they walked past his corpse. No one cast a glance at this loser. This was the ending of a demonic path loser. Winner takes all, loser takes all. All demonic path Gu masters more or less had this kind of awareness. It was drizzling in the sky. Cold wind blew in the gloomy sky. The drizzle fell on the young girl's hair, shoulders, back, and even her whole body. Young Master Ruanan, the dead cannot come back to life. Please restrain your grief. The leader of the Tai clan's 4 old-timers stood behind the young girl and consoled her with concern. But the young girl did not speak. Her eyes that were as bright as stars were now listless and empty, no longer having the resolute and sharp gaze of the past. Tai Ruanan dazedly looked at the tombstones in front of her. These tombstones were cut pieces of mountain rocks, carved with the names of the hibernators. Tai Mu, Tai Dao Ku, Tai Xianhua, Tai Ao Kai, Tai Ba Xiu. Each of these names could draw out the deepest and most vivid memories in Tai Ruanan's heart. But the companions who had fought alongside her and moved forward together had already become the coldest corpses on the ground. Just like Tai Ruanan's heart, there was no longer any warmth. I harmed you all. I did not fulfill the responsibility of a leader. You all died, but I lived alone. I am a coward. All of this is like a nightmare. Father, I have lost face for you. Tai Ruanan fell into deep self-blame, and other than that, there was also regret and confusion. This proud child of heaven, after experiencing the pain of losing her father, worked hard to climb up, like a rising star of the righteous path, receiving the attention and blessings of countless people. But in a battle several months ago, Fang Yuan personally smashed this rising star to the bottom of the valley, turning her into a dark and gloomy corner, smashing on the ground and covered in cracks like a gray meteorite. Sigh. The head of Tai clan's 4 old-timers, Tai Xianxia, sighed deeply as he looked at the thin and frail back of the young girl in the dark rain. But at this time, an old voice softly resounded behind him. It has already been several months. Is this child Ruanan still like this? Tai Xianxia was horrified. Who was it, to be so close to him, but he did not sense it? At that moment, his hair stood on end. He turned around at lightning speed, subconsciously wanting to attack. However, a skinny hand gently rested on his shoulder, and at the same time, a voice said, "Xuanji, don't be impatient." Tai Xianxi's body immediately stiffened. The boiling primeval sea in his aperture was enveloped by a powerful invisible force. It was as if a huge mountain that was thousands of feet tall had suddenly pressed down. The head of Tai clan's 4 old-timers, rank 4 upper stage Tai Xianxia, was unable to move at this moment. His whole body was restrained, like an insect trapped in amber. But when he saw the appearance of the person who came, Tai Xianxia's heart was filled with fear and despair, before turning into wild joy. "Ah, it's you, old clan leader," Tai Xianxia blurted out. At this moment, the bony old man standing in front of him was the previous clan leader of Tai clan, Tai Mu Bai. "I have already abdicated the position of clan leader. I am no longer an elder now, Xianxia, you can call me Mu Bai." The old man gently waved his hand, smiling as he said, "How can Junior dare to call old clan leader by his name?" Tai Xianxia bowed deeply, respectfully greeting the old man. Towards this old man, Tai Xianxia's heart was filled with reverence and admiration. A name is only a code. The name Tai Mu Bai was originally used to address someone. There is nothing wrong with it. The old man's tone was indifferent. His eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life. He had already seen through fame and fortune. Tai Xianxia wanted to speak, but the old man waved his hand, slowly walking up to Tai Ruanan. He stood in front of the tombstone, his back facing Tai Ruanan. Next, he stretched out his hand, caressing the surface of the tombstone, sighing softly, "Tai clansmen are buried where they die. This is a rule that has been set since Tai clan was founded. Do you know why?" Tai Ruanan was still half kneeling on the ground, as if she did not hear anything, indifferent. Chapter 375. Tai Ruanan's gaze moved as she slowly raised her head, looking at this old man who she did not know, but gave her an incomparably intimate feeling. Our Tai clan, since its establishment, has always been resolute, and righteous, known throughout the world. For generations, Tai clan has defended justice and attacked criminals. Countless people have shed their blood and sacrificed themselves like this. The Tai clan men who died here today will not be the first batch, nor will they be the last. Do you understand? The old man continued. Tai Ruanan opened her mouth, wanting to speak, but did not say anything. "I feel gratified, because these people did not die in vain. But I also feel disappointed, because you have lived in vain. Tai Ruanan, do you know the criminals are still roaming free, still causing harm to the world? As for that little beast King Fangjing." When Tai Mu Bai said this, he paused for a moment. He turned around and faced Tai Ruanan, asking, "Do you want to uphold justice?" Tai Ruanan looked at the old man in front of her, finally recognizing his identity. Tai Mu Bai, rank 5 peak stage. Tai clan's previous clan leader roamed southern border, dominating an area. During his time, he forged Tai clan like an iron bucket, suppressing Wu clan, Shang clan and other clans, becoming the leader of the righteous path, causing the demonic path to tremble in fear. Tai Ruanan's lifeless eyes shone with a spark. She squeezed out a word from her hoarse throat, "Yes." "Very good." The old man nodded. His gaze was calm and his tone was still indifferent. "From today onwards, I will teach you Metal Path, the Gu path that our Tai clan Gu masters use to surpass southern border." 8 days later, 3 kings' inheritance opened again. Red, yellow, and blue pillars of light shot out. They pierced through the clouds, visible for 1,000 li. But on Xianxia mountain, there was silence. There was no sound at all. Be it the righteous path or demonic path, countless people were looking at the peak. There, an ordinary-looking skinny old man with a face full of wrinkles and white hair was standing calmly with his hands behind his back. Not far from him, Yihua, Kong Ri Tian, Long Qing Tian, Yichong and Wu Shentong all had ashen expressions. Just now, this old man in front of them. He suppressed the 5 of them together. He had easily defeated them. Strong, he is too strong. Tai Mu Bai, the previous patriarch of the Tai clan. He's still alive. That's amazing. Was this the power of rank 5 peak stage? Yihua, Kong Ri Tian and the rest were simply not enough. If he wanted to kill us, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. I didn't expect the Tai family to send their old patriarch. Now, whatever Shang clan or Wu clan, none of them will be Tai clan's match. This is an older generation Gu master expert. Little Beast King isn't even fit to carry his shoes. Back then, he roamed the southern border unhindered. Under his leadership, the Tai family was in the limelight. It has even surpassed the Wu clan and is about to become the leader of the righteous path. He is one of the most powerful patriarchs in the history of the Tai clan. He was the glory of the Tai clan, the role model of the righteous path, and the symbol of justice. His battle achievements are dazzling, and even today, they do not fade. After a short period of silence, there was a burst of violent noise on Xianxia Mountain. There were praises, cheers, and cries of fear. Tai Mubai's appearance caused the situation of Xianxia Mountain to completely change. Another 3 days later, there was news. It turned out that divine thief Lu Xuanfeng had caused a ruckus in the Tai clan, sneaking into the demon suppression tower several times and alerting Tai Mubai, who was in closed-door cultivation. Tai Mubai personally made a move, and even though Lu Xuanfeng was a famous divine thief and was also a rank 5 Gu master, he was heavily injured and barely managed to escape with his life. After Tai clan settled down, they focused their attention on Xianxia Mountain. Tai Ba Xiu's death made all the higher-ups of Tai clan furious. Just as they were about to send their generals to reinforce the 4 old-timers of Tai clan, Tai Mubai took the initiative to suggest going out for a walk. He came to Xianxia Mountain and used his peak strength to easily defeat both righteous and demonic experts. Even Yihua, Kong Ritian, and the rest had no choice but to concede defeat. From today onwards, all demonic Gu masters are not allowed to enter 3 Kings' inheritance. Tai Mubai stood on the mountain peak. After defeating 5 rank 4 peak stage Gu masters, he publicly announced he wanted to use his own strength to sweep away all the demonic Gu masters on Xianxia Mountain. The demonic Gu masters were all furious, but facing the rank 5 peak stage Tai Mubai, the strongest expert who stood at the peak of the mortal world, even if there were thousands of demonic Gu masters, they did not dare to resist. On that day, Kong Ritian and Long Qing Tian left the mountain with gloomy expressions. Behind them, Li Xian, Hu Mei Er, and the rest also left dejectedly. The heavenly Tao is vast, justice is glorious. Even if 3 Kings' inheritance is a demonic inheritance, it can still contribute strength to our righteous path. Everyone, as long as we work together and gather the sparks together, the light will blossom and cover the whole of Xianxia Mountain. There will be no more darkness. Tai Mubai said sincerely and slowly took a step forward, entering 3 Kings' inheritance. Intense cheers resounded on Xianxia Mountain. The righteous path members were all joyful and celebrated. Their voices were like endless waves. This time, the opening of 3 Kings' inheritance lasted for more than half a month. Tai Mubai single-handedly changed the situation on Xianxia Mountain, allying with the righteous path to expel the demonic path, causing the winds and clouds to change. His old body displayed the majestic and domineering aura of the former Tai clan leader. The demonic path members were all expelled, but they were unwilling to leave, so they could only surround Xianxia Mountain and watch as the 3 light pillars became thinner. After the inheritance closed, Tai Mubai set up a banquet and invited close to 10,000 righteous Gu masters. The open-air banquet covered a large area of the mountain. Gu masters used mountain rocks as tables and chairs, and sat on the ground. Wine and food were fragrant, and laughter could be heard. Junior Yihua offers a toast to Senior. Yihua stood up, holding a wine cup with both hands and bowing deeply towards Tai Mubai, who was sitting on the main seat. Among the few great clans, Shang clan has always had many talented people. I heard Shang clan is now under Shang Yanfei's control? Shang Yanfei has been a genius since young. You are also not bad. Take a seat. Tai Mubai took a sip and said. With his seniority, Shang Yanfei was also a junior. With his rank 5 peak stage cultivation, even if Shang Yanfei was an astonishing genius, he was also inferior. Yihua could only nod and slowly sit down, heaving a long sigh in his heart. Tai Mubai's arrival. This already meant that his plan to dominate Xianxia Mountain had failed. Facing this expert of the older generation, he, Yihua, could only look at his back and had no way of contending with him. Old clan leader Tai, I represent E clan to congratulate you for coming out of closed cultivation. E clan's elder E Chong had a fiery temper, but right now in front of Tai Mu Bai, he behaved like an obedient grandson. Gu immortals were always elusive and elusive. To most people, a rank 4 Gu master was a lord who ruled over a region, and a rank 5 Gu master was an emperor who stood at the peak of the mortal world. Tai Mu by coming out of closed cultivation was like an emperor coming out for an inspection. The lords could only bow their backs and come to see him. Old clan leader Tai, you are the glory of our southern border righteous path. You are as majestic as ever. With just one sentence, you made close to 10,000 demonic scoundrels retreat helplessly. This junior is full of admiration for you. Unfortunately, that scoundrel Fang Jing escaped very quickly. A few days before you came, he had already escaped from Xianxia Mountain. On the other side, Wu Shentong said in a sinister tone, you are talking about Little Beast King, right? Tai Mu Bai smiled lightly, not getting angry. This little guy is very outstanding. I have heard of his deeds. Very amazing. Working alone, starting from scratch. Rising like lightning, becoming a rising star of the demonic path. He seems reckless and unreasonable, but he planned before taking action, an expert in scheming. Tai clan's few youths died in his hands. It was not unjust. Tai Mu Bai continued to speak. His words were shocking. As the victim, the Tai clan leader who had his dignity offended actually praised his enemy in front of everyone. Rumor has it that the Tai family's patriarch has a fiery temper and hates evil. Why is it that after meeting him, he is different from the rumors, instead gentle and refined, not affected by flattery or humiliation? Wu Shentong was inwardly shocked. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Tai Mu Bai's gaze. This gaze was filled with vicissitudes of life, deep and unfathomable, containing the wisdom of seeing through the mortal world. Wu Shentong felt his schemes being seen through by this gaze. Cold sweat broke out all over his body. He could not speak anymore. Do you find it strange? Tai Mu Bai looked around, smiling as he spoke. I am the glory of Tai clan. Why would I publicly praise an enemy of Tai clan? Praising the enemy, this is called boosting the enemy's prestige and destroying your own morale. But how can the morale of a person with ambition be destroyed by a few words? Only by appreciating your enemy can you discover their strong points, be wary of your own weaknesses, and treat your enemy more seriously. Don't be blinded by hatred, your eyes are filled with wisdom. Tai Ruanan, who was standing behind Tai Mu Bai, shook when she heard this. She knew that most of Tai Mu Bai's words were directed at her. After Tai Mu Bai came out of the inheritance, he had been guiding her these days. He taught her metal path Gu worms, taught her how to use them, and also taught her the philosophy of life. Don't be blinded by hatred, your eyes are filled with wisdom, go and admire your enemy. To Ruanan pondered over these words, pondering in her heart. Ruanan, what do you think of Fang Jing? Tai Mu Bai suddenly asked. Tai Ruanan took a step forward, reporting, although I am filled with hatred, I have to admit that Fang Jing is an outstanding person. He dares to take risks, but also plans carefully before taking action. Although he is a strength path Gu master, he definitely has powerful and unusual investigative methods. This can be seen from him intercepting us. Tai Ba Xiu and I have chosen such a secretive route. Everyone else was kept in the dark, only Fang Yuan detected it and intercepted us. Lord Old Clan Leader, you came to Sancha Mountains secretly, no one knows, only Fang Jing left in advance. Little Beast King, although he is in the limelight, he hides himself deeply, he cannot be underestimated. Very good, your analysis is good. Tai Mu Bai nodded, showing admiration in his eyes. He continued, in this world, there is one thing more precious than life. That is glory. Since time immemorial, there was a Ren Zhu crown prince, verdant great son, who gave up his life in pursuit of glory. Ruanan, this Fang Jing is your mission. Arrest him or kill him, and your shame will be washed away, becoming a glory that belongs to you. Many people call me Tai Clan's glory, but let me tell you, Tai Clan's glory is not mine alone, it is all of you, generations after generations of defending it. Tai Mu Bai said this, turning his gaze towards everyone, his voice becoming sonorous. Similarly, the glory of the righteous path is also defended by all of us. Come, drink this cup, let the glory of justice shine on the world, like the radiance of the sun, let the darkness retreat, let the demonic path cease to exist. Let the darkness retreat. Let the demonic path cease to exist. Close to 10,000 righteous Gu masters raised their cups, shouting in unison. Their voices were grand, spreading over 1,000 li, causing countless demonic cultivators' expressions to change. Damn it, this Tai Mu Bai. Even time cannot wash away Tai clan's glory. Truly terrifying. Chapter 376. The Legends of Rinzhu. Chapter 2, Section 3. The sunlight of the immemorial era shone upon all living beings. Swish. The summer cicadas were noisy, the noise emitted the heat of life. And the dense green trees formed a large area of shade, swaying along with the wind. A large vat of wine was placed in front of verdant great sun, but he frowned, not having the desire to drink. Divine Travel Gu, O divine Travel Gu, you have caused me trouble. Even though I have wine now, I do not dare to drink. I am afraid that after I get drunk, you will bring me to another dangerous place. Verdant great sun sighed in distress. The previous 2 times, divine Travel Gu had brought him to ordinary abyss, and the other time he had been brought into the frying pan of the hairy men. Fortunately, his luck was good, and he narrowly escaped death both times. Divine Travel Gu said, Human Crown Prince, I did not intentionally harm you. Actually, every time, it was because you were drunk and used my strength. I am also innocent, moreover, I saved your life once, didn't I? Divine Travel Gu had indeed saved Verdant Great Sun from the tiger-striped bee once. Verdant Great Sun's expression was dejected. Sigh, let's not talk about the past. Now, because of you, I do not dare to drink wine. My life has become boring. Divine Travel Gu heard his words and felt ashamed. Since it is like this, I will teach you a method. First, go to the sky. In the azure sky of the 9 heavens, there is a bamboo forest. In the bamboo forest, pluck a jade bamboo that grows in the jade sky. Then, go to the blue sky of the 9 heavens, and at night, collect the 8-pointed diamonds from the starlight fragments. Next, at dawn, fly to the sky and use the glory of the morning sun to turn me into fixed immortal Travel Gu. After I become that Gu, I will no longer bring you around when you are drunk. Verdant Great Sun heard this and was overjoyed. But when he thought about it carefully, he felt the hope was slim. Gu. I am born with my feet on the ground, I am not as light as the clouds, nor do I have the wings of a bird. How can I fly to the azure sky and pluck the jade bamboo? And how can I collect the 8-pointed diamonds from the starlight fragments? It is even more impossible to fly to the morning sun. Divine Travel Gu said, That's right, humans cannot fly. But it doesn't matter, we can ask Wisdom Gu. Its intelligence is unfathomable, it will definitely have a way. Verdant Great Sun and Wisdom Gu had been friends for a long time. The reason why Verdant Great Sun drank wine was it was Wisdom Gu who taught him. But Wisdom Gu had taught him to drink so that he would not be bothered by it. Sensing that Verdant Great Sun was looking for it, it promptly hid. Verdant Great Sun did not find Wisdom Gu and was very depressed. But Divine Travel Gu continued, If we can't find Wisdom Gu, we can go and find Cognition Gu. It is the mother of Wisdom Gu. Verdant Great Sun found Cognition Gu. Looking for a way to fly. Cognition Gu said, You were right to find me, because cognition has the wings of freedom. However, everyone's thinking is different. What kind of wings you can have will depend on you. Saying so, Cognition Gu let out a warm radiance, enlightening Verdant Great Sunday. In the radiance, on Verdant Great Sun's back, a pair of pure white and slender wings grew out. This pair of wings was extremely beautiful, as white as snow. There was not a single stain on it, just like the wings of a white pigeon. Cognition Gu took a glance and said, This pair of wings of yours is called self. Everyone has their own thoughts. This pair of wings is very flexible and also very free. But you have to be careful. Don't be too exposed to sunlight, otherwise the self will either expand or shrink. Young man, you have to remember my warning. The higher you fly, the harder you will fall. Cognition Gu said in a meaningful and heartfelt tone at the end. Verdant Great Sun obtained the cognition wings called self and was extremely happy, immediately flying towards the sky. He flew and flew, higher and higher. Humans were born without the ability to fly. Flying freely like a bird gave Verdant Great Sun a new and interesting feeling. He played freely in the sky and was extremely happy. At the same time, he also remembered Cognition Gu's warning, never being exposed to sunlight excessively. Whenever it was sunny, he would fly into the clouds and hide. Just like this, Verdant Great Sun kept flying upwards, finally reaching the extreme heaven, the end of the azure sky. Over there, jade bamboos grew out of nowhere, spreading their dark green leaves and branches. These jade bamboos had their roots submerged in the void, and the tips of the bamboos also pierced into the void. From the outside, there was only a section of bamboo trunk at the center. Verdant Great Sun casually took one section. This dark green bamboo trunk looked like it was made of jade. It was the size of a palm, empty in the middle, and was cool and moist. Verdant Great Sun obtained this section of jade bamboo and was very happy. He continued to fly upwards. The sky of the immemorial era was divided into 9 layers: white heaven, red heaven, orange heaven, yellow heaven, green heaven, azure heaven, blue heaven, purple heaven, and black heaven. Verdant Great Sun plucked the jade bamboo in the azure sky. A few days later, he flew to an even higher layer of the blue sky. At night, the blue sky was filled with dazzling starlight. The stars were playing and moving, scattering down countless stardust. These stardust gathered into a sea. The silver starlight river flowed in the entire blue sky. Verdant Great Sun flapped the wings of cognition, diving into the starry river to roam. He searched painstakingly in the boundless stardust. He did not want those 7-edged and 16-edged stardust. He only wanted the 8-edged stardust. These stardust were like diamonds, sparkling and translucent, perfect and flawless. He searched for a long time and finally found one. On the second day, when the sun had just risen from the east, he flew towards the rising sun. The rising sun was like a bright red lantern, emitting warm light. This sunlight was not ordinary, it was the light of glory, able to shine on all living beings and penetrate the river of time. Verdant Great Sun held the jade bamboo in his left hand and the 8-edged diamond stardust in his right hand, flying towards the rising sun while summoning Divine Travel Gu. Under the illumination of the light of glory, Divine Travel Gu swallowed the stardust and entered the jade bamboo. Verdant Great Sun, I need time to spin my cocoon and transform into a butterfly, finally becoming fixed immortal Travel Gu. During this period of time, you have to keep flying towards the sun. Don't break the radiance of glory. But you have to be even more careful. Cognition Gu had once said, pay attention to the pair of wings on your back. Once I transform into a butterfly, quickly fly to the clouds. Remember this, remember this. Divine Travel Gu reminded. Verdant Great Sun laughed heartily. Oh Gu, don't worry. I even went through ordinary abyss. I was able to survive in the hairy men's territory. I obtained reputation Gu and even broke through vanity. Even the sunlight of glory cannot do anything to me. Then I can rest assured. Divine Travel Gu's voice gradually weakened. The bright sunlight gradually condensed into threads, forming a cocoon of light, wrapping Divine Travel Gu and the jade bamboo. Verdant Great Sun flapped his pure white wings, flying towards the sun. During this process, the cocoon of light also became heavier and thicker. After a while, the cocoon of light suddenly broke, and a fluttering green butterfly flew out. I finally succeeded. From today onwards, I am no longer Divine Travel Gu, but Fixed Immortal Travel Gu. Fixed Immortal Travel Gu flew around Verdant Great Sun, happily dancing, when it suddenly cried out, not good. Verdant Great Sun, look at your wings. Under the illumination of the sunlight, Verdant Great Sun's wings had already expanded to 3 times their original size. Don't make a fuss, I noticed it long ago, what does it matter? The bigger the wings, the stronger they are, I can fly higher and faster. Verdant Great Sun laughed heartily. Quickly hide in the clouds, don't fly anymore. Fixed Immortal Travel Goo worriedly said. No worries, no worries. Verdant Great Sun did not care. The wings on his back grew larger and larger, eventually becoming larger than his entire body. Verdant Great Sun's flying speed also became faster and faster. Fixed Immortal Travel Goo, what do you think is above the 9 heavens? He flew towards a higher altitude. Stop flying, stop flying. If you fall down, I can't help you. Fixed Immortal Travel Goo was very worried. What does it matter? How can I fall down? Look at my wings, they are so strong, so powerful. Verdant Great Sun had just retorted, when the wings on his back expanded to the limit, exploding. Losing his wings, Verdant Great Sun immediately fell down. Eventually he smashed on the ground, his body shattering into pieces. Renzu's eldest son died just like that. Southern border, Huatan Mountain. On a reddish-brown mountain rock, there was a jar of wine. Relying on the heat of Huatan Mountain, the wine was maintained at a certain temperature. Under the sunlight, Fang Yuan raised his wine cup and drank it in one gulp, sighing comfortably. This cotton yeast wine is most suitable to be drunk warm. At the side, Bai Ningbing was also sitting, but she did not touch the wine in front of her, instead looking towards the direction of Xianxia Mountain. There, a 3-colored light pillar soared into the sky, piercing through the heavens. You can actually drink wine? Several months have already passed. 3 Kings' inheritance has already opened twice. Tai Mu Bai controlled Xianxia Mountain and chased away all the demonic Gu masters. These few months, we have been hiding on Huatan Mountain, are we just going to watch? Bai Ningbing said unhappily. She was not afraid of death, she only wanted to pursue the most exciting life. Maybe it was the stimulation from being trapped by Tai Clan's 4 old-timers, or maybe it was because Fang Yuan's strength had already surpassed her. These days, she had been bitterly cultivating, not caring that her aptitude was getting higher and higher. In my opinion, we can also enter 3 Kings' inheritance. As long as we find the right opportunity, we can move when Tai Mu Bai and the rest enter the inheritance. With our strength, no one on Xianxia Mountain can stop us. Bai Ningbing's words were very radical. But Fang Yuan was calm and unruffled, waving his hand leisurely. No rush, no rush. Tai Mu Bai is known as Tai Clan's glory. He is the previous clan leader, with rank 5 peak stage cultivation. He is such a high and mighty person. Compared to him, we are just the rats under his feet. Let him fly higher and higher. Finishing, he raised his wine cup and faced the direction of Xianxia Mountain. He faintly smiled and muttered, "Come, Senior Tai Mu Bai, Junior offers you a cup of wine." Chapter 377. Central Continent, Hu Immortal Blessed Land. A tall crystal mountain stood in the center of the blessed land. It was called Dang Hun Mountain. It was pink in color, giving off a dreamy color. At this moment, the elite disciples of the 10 sects were like ants, trying their best to climb the mountain. Near the middle of the mountain, Fang Zheng was sweating profusely, his face was pale, his fingers tightly gripped the cliff as he panted heavily. As long as any living being was near Dang Hun Mountain, their souls would suffer the pain of being shaken. The higher Fang Zheng climbed, the more dizzy he felt. His soul felt like it was being blown by a strong wind. He felt like he was about to fall. Ayaya, you can't hold on anymore? Then give up. Look at how far behind others you are. How can you win? Why don't you just give up? You have no hope anyway. Hu Immortal Land Spirit pouted, suddenly appearing beside Fang Zheng. Hu Immortal Land Spirit was like a little girl. Her skin was white as snow, but also had a pink tint. A pair of large, black, and shiny eyes exuded an innocent radiance. What was most eye-catching was behind her, but there was a snow-white foxtail. It was furry and very cute, making people want to play with it. At this moment, Hu Immortal Land Spirit was sitting in the void, looking at Fang Zheng as she joked. Fang Zheng was not surprised. He had climbed from the foot of the mountain to his current height. Hu Immortal Land Spirit had appeared a few times. Every time she came to watch the show, she was very mischievous. Fang Zheng had already found the secret to deal with her, that was to ignore her. As expected, Hu Immortal Land Spirit saw Fang Zheng not speaking and felt bored. Her mouth pouted even more. "You stupid kid, so boring. Don't become my master, otherwise my life will be too boring. Hee hee, other people are more fun." Saying so, she suddenly disappeared, going to find other elite disciples to play with. After Hu Immortal Land Spirit left, in Fang Zheng's aperture, the spirit incubating flea trembled slightly. Master Tenchu's voice was heard. "Fang Zheng, persevere. Now is not the time for me to show up. You have to reach at least halfway up the mountain for us to have a chance of winning. Persevere. Persevere. The power of the soul could be excavated. You still have a lot of untapped potential." He heard his master's encouragement. Fang Zheng's slackened gaze regained its firmness. He replied in his heart, "Master, don't worry, I will persevere. I just want to rest and catch my breath." He paused for a moment. Fang Zheng asked again, "Master, I've always had a question. What exactly is a land spirit? Just now that Hu Immortal Land Spirit was beside me, do you think if I catch her, I won't have to climb the mountain anymore?" Master Tenchu was startled and quickly reprimanded, "You're really ignorant and fearless, kid. He even dared to have designs on the land spirit. Do you know how a land spirit is formed? That is a spirit body formed from the remnant will and soul fragments of a gu immortal after death, combined with the power of the blessed land." What? The land spirit was a gu immortal when it was alive? Fang Zheng was shocked. That's right. The Hu Immortal Land Spirit you saw just now. She transformed from the previous Hu Immortal after her death. But she no longer has any memories of her life, only her final obsession is left. Don't look at her harmless appearance. In this Hu Immortal Blessed Land, she can freely manipulate the power of heaven and earth. She can directly contend against gu immortals. She can casually imprison any gu worm from rank 1 to rank 5. Only rank 6 immortal gu. Only then can she move freely in the blessed land. Fang Zheng, you are too daring. Climb the mountain obediently, don't have any unrealistic thoughts. Master Tenshuru lectured. Yes, Master. I won't dare to do it again. Fang Zheng nodded, admitting his mistake in his heart. After lecturing Fang Zheng, Master Tenshu's tone softened as he consoled and encouraged him. So do you understand now? As long as you can become the owner of the blessed land, you can obtain the loyalty of the land spirit. As long as it is in the blessed land, the land spirit is an existence comparable to a gu immortal. Fang Zheng was stupefied. What kind of powerful assistance was this? It was like obtaining the assistance of a gu immortal. Master Tenshuru continued, however, the land spirit cannot leave the blessed land in the end. The true essence of Hu immortal inheritance lies in this vast blessed land. Fang Zheng, your level is still too low, there are too many things you don't know. Wait until you inherit this blessed land, you will slowly understand how much help a blessed land can provide to a gu master. You are really lucky, finding a blessed land with a spirit and obtaining the help of the sect. If it is a blessed land without a spirit, the benefits would be greatly reduced. Fang Zheng could not help but be curious. Master, what will happen to a blessed land without a spirit? Master Tenchu replied, a blessed land without a spirit is destined to perish. It is like a sleeping divine dragon, everyone can suck its blood and eat its flesh. Until it dies, it will not awaken. Fang Zheng, when you become the owner of the blessed land, you will have to hand over all the resources in the blessed land to the sect. Crane Gate nurtured you, you will have to repay the sect. The stronger the sect, the more protection it will give you. Do you understand this logic? Yes, I understand. It was Crane Gate who took me in. Without Crane Gate's help, I would not have any hope of fighting for the inheritance. I would not even have the chance to take revenge on my brother. If possible, not only will I repay the sect, I will also help Master revive. Fang Zheng nodded, his gaze clear. He had always been filled with reverence and gratitude towards Crane Gate. Master Tenshu was stunned, before laughing dryly. "Stupid disciple, how can a dead person be revived so easily? It is good that you have this intention." The glory of the righteous path shrouded Xianxia Mountain. Under Tai Mubai's influence, Three Kings' inheritance became a playground for righteous path people to explore. All demonic Gu masters were chased away, unable to take a step into Xianxia Mountain. Tai Mubai is too overbearing, directly sealing off the area and not letting any of us enter. He is a grand senior expert, yet he is so greedy. After eating the meat, he did not even leave any soup for us. Most importantly, Three Kings' inheritance is opening for a shorter time. The three light pillars are also getting weaker. It seems it is like Little Beast King said a month ago, this Gu immortal blessed land is declining and will be destroyed soon. Two rank 5 peak stage Gu masters fought inside the dark clouds, and although the situation could not be seen clearly, everyone could feel the strength of the two from the aftershocks of the battle. Wu Gue, when I just started my career, you were already a famous expert. At that time, if I met you, I would definitely take a detour. But 50 years later, I was able to escape from your hands with my life. 80 years later, you could not do anything to me. Over 100 years later, you were defeated by me. Now, more than 10 years have passed, and today, you will have to hand your life to me. Tai Mubai's loud voice came from the dark clouds. Huff huff huff, Tai Mubai, you are too arrogant. You are lucky to be born in Tai clan, relying on the clan, it is easy for you to talk. If I had your resources, I would have become a Gu immortal long ago. Wu Gui's voice was hoarse, his breathing unstable. Evidently, in the intense battle just now, Tai Mubai had the upper hand. But do you think I don't have a backup plan? Ha! Wu Gui panted for a while, before suddenly laughing wildly. Following his maniacal laughter, a third rank 5 peak stage aura suddenly rose. Tai Mubai, did you miss me after all these years? A sinister voice rang out for 1,000 miles. Chapter 378. On Xianxia Mountain, the wind and clouds were constantly changing. After Tai Mubai suppressed Xianxia Mountain for half a year, he finally attracted the archenemy of the demonic path. But Wu Gue, who was also rank 5 peak stage, was not Tai Mubai's match. What happened next exceeded everyone's expectations. Ku Mo, who was also at the peak of rank 5, suddenly appeared, changing the battle situation into two demonic path rank 5s attacking Tai Mubai. The righteous faction scolded the demonic faction for being despicable and shameless, while the demonic faction people all rushed to Xianxia Mountain, all of them cheering. Tens of thousands of pairs of eyes stared fervently at the sky. Battles between rank 5 peak stage Gu masters were rarely seen, and what was even rarer now was that there were 3 rank 5 peak stage Gu masters competing. Tai Mubai had the ability to suppress Wu Gue, but to fight 1 against 2, it was beyond his abilities. But Wu Gue and Ku Mo were both demonic Gu masters. Although they worked together, they still had to guard against each other. Thus, the 3 of them fell into a stalemate. Dark clouds covered the sky, and strong winds howled. The deafening explosion shook heaven and earth. Suddenly, golden light blossomed, and a 4-clawed golden dragon tore through the dark clouds, stirring up the wind and rain. The dragon's roar echoed for 500 kilometers. A mere rank 4 golden dragon Gu, and you dare to bring it out? Ku Mo let out a disdainful roar. Watch me tear you apart with 1 claw. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud sound rang out. The golden dragon let out a miserable cry and fell from the sky. Just as the golden dragon was about to die, a golden whirlwind suddenly blew over. The 4-clawed golden dragon was enveloped by the whirlwind, and its heavy injuries were instantly healed. It raised its head and roared, rising into the air once again. This is the rank 4 metal wind Gu. Its healing effect is extremely strong, comparable to a rank 5 Gu. Li Xian, who was watching the battle, narrowed his eyes. He recognized the golden whirlwind. Don't even think about it. Wu Gue suddenly gave a strange cry. This strange cry was extremely ear-piercing, like the cawing of a crow. When the righteous and devil Dao practitioners heard it, they felt dizzy and nauseous. Along with the strange cry, a jet-black halo shot down and struck the four-clawed golden dragon's body. The four-clawed golden dragon couldn't hold on any longer. There was an explosion. In an instant, a dazzling fiery light burst forth like a miniature sun. Everyone watching the battle had their eyes tightly shut. The sound was so loud that it seemed like it was going to burst people's eardrums. A strong wind pressure followed. It swept in all directions. Countless trees and rocks were blown down. Many Gu masters were instantly buried alive. A violent gale rose against the sky, even dispersing the dark clouds that covered the sky. It took a while for the spectators to recover. They retreated in fear while looking up. In the sky, three figures confronted each other. Tai Mu Bai was wearing a golden chainmail. It was a rank 4 golden coat Gu with outstanding defense. His entire body was covered in a layer of golden light. It was the rank 4 golden aurora Gu. It could allow a Gu master to fly. Wu Gui was standing on a black cloud. The corners of its mouth protruded forward violently, forming a black beak. As for Kuimo, he slowly shook the pair of bone wings on his back, and his entire body was covered in a layer of bone armor. At the same time, his elbows, knees, shoulders, and other parts of his body grew sharp bone spikes of different colors. At first glance, it was like a ferocious and colorful human-shaped hedgehog. The confrontation only lasted for a few short breaths. The three attacked at the same time, as fast as lightning. In the sky, a golden aurora pierced through the void, as sharp as a sword. A black light sword, moving and stopping at times, it was strange and crafty. A multicolored ribbon charged forward. It was the bravest and bravest. The naked eye could not clearly see the battle situation of these three people. Most people could only hear continuous explosions that continued to ravage their eardrums. Suddenly, a golden light like a blade sliced through a certain part of the mountain. Immediately, the mountain rocks shattered into powder, and a ravine that was 20 feet wide and over 100 feet long appeared. The Gu masters that were unlucky enough to be standing nearby were all chopped into minced meat. All of a sudden, the caw of a crow exploded like a thunderclap. Hundreds of unlucky Gu masters had their heads explode. From time to time, bone spikes rained down from the sky like rain. Many Gu masters could not dodge in time, and were pierced by the bone spikes, nailing them to the ground and losing their lives. The battle had reached its climax, and the three sides could no longer restrain themselves. A battle between rank 5 peak stage Gu masters, even if it is just the aftermath of the battle, we cannot endure it. Too terrifying, let's leave quickly. If we continue to watch, we might have to pay with our lives. Everyone was trembling in fear as they escaped from Xianxia Mountain. Even Li Xian, Hu Mei Er and the others did not dare to stay here. On Xianxia Mountain, only Yihua, Kong Ri Tian, Long Qing Tian, Yichong and Wushun Tong, these rank 4 peak stage Gu masters were still here. Even so, their expressions were grave, their concentration was extremely concentrated, their nerves were like taut bowstrings, ready to escape at the slightest sign of trouble. Soon, these rank 4 peak stage Gu masters could not stay any longer. Because the three rank 5 peak stage Gu masters started to use their rank 5 Gu worms. Tai Mu Bai's golden dot Gu shot everywhere. Be it rocks, plants, flowers, birds, fish or beasts, once they were hit, they turned into golden statues, their life force extinguished. Ku Mo's soft bone Gu, within a radius of 50 li, all bones turned soft, until they turned into bone paste. An Wu Gui's Crow 7 Gu, black qi spread, once contaminated, all Gu worms below rank 6 would be sealed to varying degrees. In this world, the higher the rank of the Gu worm, the stronger it was, and the rarer it was. Rare rank 4 Gu were already hard to buy. Rank 5 Gu were almost never circulated in the market. As for rank 6 immortal Gu, each of them was unique. In his previous life, when Fang Yuan reached rank 6 Gu immortal realm, he could only refine a rank 6 spring-autumn cicada. To most Gu masters, rank 5 Gu worms were extremely rare and in short supply. In a battle between rank 5 Gu masters, the most important thing was the strength of their rank 5 Gu. This is the power of a rank 5 Gu. So terrifying, rank 4 defensive Gu are unable to resist it, not to mention rank 3 Gu. At a corner far away, Bai Ningbing was concentrating her attention on the Xianxia mountain battlefield, her blue eyes shining with a solemn light. This was not the first time she had seen a battle between rank 5 Gu masters. Back on Qing Mao Mountain, she had already seen it once. But this time, the 3 rank 5 Gu masters' battle strength was clearly higher than Master Tenchu's. And the first generation Guyue was much stronger. This was because the first generation Guyue and Master Tenchu were old and had used all kinds of methods to prolong their lifespans, barely surviving as rank 5 Gu masters. The first generation Guyue had been sleeping in the blood coffin all year round, turning himself into a zombie. He was already neither human nor ghost. And Master Tenchu was not much better. He came from Central State, and in Southern Border his battle strength would be suppressed to a certain extent. The 3 rank 5 Gu masters Bai Ningbing was witnessing now were all at their peak condition. However, they were all at their peak condition. The fierce battle between the 3 sides naturally brought a stronger impact to her soul. If I were to face such rank 5 Gu masters, I would not even be able to last one round against them. I wouldn't even have the chance to escape. Bai Ningbing had been watching the battle for a long time, her hands subconsciously clenched, deeply aware of the difference in strength between her and Tai Mu Bai and the others. Rank 5 peak stage Gu masters were at the peak of the mortal world. They were like emperors among Gu masters. Especially after using rank 5 Gu masters, they could display their true battle strength. They could collapse mountains and break rivers. Their power was so great that people could not help but feel they were hard to resist. This is the show you were waiting for? Bai Ningbing retracted her gaze and looked at Feng Yuan, who was standing beside her, as she said with some realization. Tai Mu Bai is fighting 1 against 2, but he is too weak. It looked like after this battle, the situation on Xianxia Mountain would undergo an earth-shattering change. The demonic path will suppress the righteous path. You have been waiting for this opportunity for months, right? Feng Yuan looked on quietly. He shook his head with an indifferent expression. Rank 5 Gu worms are already very rare. Many rank 5 Gu masters do not even have a single rank 5 Gu, and can only use rank 4 Gu. Thus, a rank 5 Gu master's battle strength depends on what rank 5 Gu they have, and how many they have. Demonic Gu masters have always lacked resources, and can only rely on luck and opportunities. Ku Mo and Wu Gui will only have 1 or 2 rank 5 Gu worms. But Tai Mu Bai is different. He has the backing of Tai Clan, and will have at least 3 rank 5 Gu worms. Bai Ningbing's expression changed. Then you mean, Tai Mu Bai can win this battle? Feng Yuan, however, shook his head. Gu worms are a Gu master's trump card. Once they are exposed, they will be countered. Tai Mu Bai will not easily expose all his trump cards. This battle, from the start, has no victor, and there is no loser. Bai Ningbing was an extremely intelligent person. Hearing Feng Yuan's words, she immediately understood. No matter how intense this battle was, it was only a probing battle. Why did Tai Mu Bai, Wu Gui, and Ku Mo come? Was it purely because of their grudges? This was impossible. To people like them, their biggest goal was to break away from the mortal world and advance to rank 6 Gu immortal realm, thus achieving immortality. These 3 were at the peak, people who looked down on mortals. They had rich experiences and were no longer impulsive towards grudges and grudges. Each of their actions had their own deep meaning. The 3 of them could have fought at any place, but they chose Xianxia Mountain. Thus, Tai Mu Bai, Wu Gui, and Ku Mo's deep meaning is clear. That is the 3 kings' inheritance. Bai Ningbing's eyes shone with the light of contemplation. The 3 kings are all rank 5 Gu masters, the rank 5 Gu worms left behind in the inheritance. Each of them has a huge boost to their strength. With the treasures in front of them, how could they risk their lives to fight? Unless the battle strength of both sides is extremely unbalanced, and the difference is huge. But now, it seems that is not the case. Thus, this battle can only be a draw. The originally confusing battle situations suddenly became incomparably clear. Bai Ningbing subconsciously glanced at Fang Yuan. When everyone's hearts and minds were shaken by the battle of the rank 5 Gu masters, he was still so calm, as if he was a bystander, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. But was it really nothing to do with him? Bai Ningbing shook her head inwardly. No one understood Fang Yuan's desire for the 3 kings' inheritance better than her. But even with this desire, he could restrain his impulse. Everything is balanced. There is yang if there is yin, there is fire if there is water, there is calamity if there is fortune. He turned his gaze towards the peak of Xianxia mountain and sighed. Every blessed land will have an earthly calamity every 10 years. Every 100 years, there will be a heavenly tribulation. This blessed land originated from a mysterious ancient Gu immortal, and was later inherited by the 3 kings, and transformed into an inheritance ground. This blessed land is already old, and its end is near. If there was a land spirit, it could last for some time, but unfortunately, there is not even a land spirit. Fang Jing took a few deep breaths. He felt great. It was like a traveler in the desert who was about to die of thirst, and suddenly drank sweet spring water. It was like a person who worked all year round without rest, and slept for 7 days and 7 nights. Everything was good, and he felt refreshed. Good disciple, hurry up and climb up. Master Tenshiro urged. Yes, master. Fang Jing's tiger eyes shone with dazzling light. He looked up. Feng Kim Hong and the rest were still far ahead, but their speed was getting slower. Fang Jing had an unprecedented sense of confidence. I can do it. With master's support, I can definitely defeat these prodigies, and become the sole inheritor of Hu immortal inheritance. Fang Jing, you need to do your best. After encouraging himself, Fang Jing started to climb. His movements were fast and steady, and his speed of ascension was very fast. It was simply an explosive move. This performance immediately attracted the attention of many people. When Hu immortal blessed land opened, it had always been connected to the outside world. Thus, the 10 Gu immortals hiding outside the blessed land immediately discovered Fang Jing's abnormality. This child had already reached his limit and was about to be eliminated. How did he suddenly become so vigorous? Strange, this speed is even faster than Feng Kim Hong and the rest. This junior is from Crane Gate. So that's it. The 10 Gu immortals communicated with their wills, and soon, someone discovered Fang Jing's trump card. Yifengyang, you are really willing to spend so much. Spirit incubating fleas are not rare, but to protect the fleas, you used one's own Wei Gu, right? Yifengyang was one of Crane Gate's supreme elders, and possessed a rank 6, one's own Wei Gu. It was already widely known. One's own Wei Gu could allow other Gu worms to be used normally in the blessed land. It was an expendable Gu, and could only be used 3 times. After 3 times, it would vanish into thin air. Yifengyang, you really have a good method. To think you had such a hidden move. You flatter me. Among this generation's newcomers, Myriad Dragon Dock has Ing Xingji, Spirit Affinity House has Feng Kim Hong, and Spirit Butterfly Valley has Xiao Qi Xing. Our Crane Gate cannot compete with them, so we had to use this method. Yifengyang's words were humble and low-key. The other Gu immortals could only chuckle. They naturally had rank 6 Gu worms, but they did not have one's own Wei Gu, and could not provide such an effective and huge help. Rank 6 Gu worms were immortal Gu. They were unique. At the same time, in the vast world, there would only be one immortal Gu. Immortal Gu were rarer than rank 5 Gu. Many rank 6 Gu immortals did not even have one immortal Gu. In Fang Yuan's previous life, he became a Gu immortal in 500 years. To refine the first rank 6 spring-autumn cicada, he spent a lot of time and effort. The moment he succeeded, he was besieged by the righteous path. Their main goal was to snatch this immortal Gu. The 10 Gu immortals at the scene. Because of their sects, they had some savings. But they only had 1 or 2 immortal Gu on hand. He Fengyang had one's own way Gu, that meant other Gu immortals definitely did not have it. The subtle thing was He Fengyang's actions did not cross the bottom line, and did not break the rules of the game that the 10 sects had agreed on. Thus, the other Gu immortals could only watch, and could not forcefully interfere. Unfortunately, my immortal Gu specialize in offense. If I use it, it would be attacking Hu immortal inheritance. That would not be good. Although I have a defensive immortal Gu that can protect the soul, the disciples do not have immortal essence to use. Otherwise, Hu immortal inheritance would belong to the sect. The situation has not been decided yet. This disciple of Crane Gate, with the help of the spirit incubating flea, he has a huge advantage. But he has fallen behind by a lot. We will have to wait and see what the result will be. He Fengyang used one's own way Gu 80 years ago. This is the second time. That is to say, the one's own way Gu in his hands. I can only use it one last time. He paid such a huge price just to gain an advantage in the competition for the inheritance. The other Gu immortals pondered for a while, before choosing to restrain themselves and continue to observe. On Xianxia Mountain, 3 pillars of light shot into the sky. The opening of 3 kings' inheritance once again attracted all the Gu masters in southern border. Just like Tai Mu Bai had guessed. On Xianxia Mountain, dragons and snakes began to gather, and the wind and clouds surged. Did you hear? Just yesterday, Li Fail came to Xianxia Mountain. You mean stable as a mountain Li Fail? Soon, another famous expert arrived on Xianxia Mountain. Li Fail's cultivation was rank 4 upper stage, an earth path Gu master, known as stable as a mountain, and specialized in defense. He was originally Li clan's rising star, receiving the clan's great nurturing. But this person had an intense obsession towards the pursuit of strength. Obsession was obsession. To pursue the greatest strength, he killed people to refine Gu, and was not accepted by the righteous path. Thus he turned to the demonic path. Li Fail was only a catalyst. In the following month, many famous Gu masters arrived on Xianxia Mountain. There was the enslavement path Gu master Zhang San, who killed a rank 4 Gu master at rank 3 peak stage, and was now rank 4 middle stage, known as a beast enslavement master. There was the righteous path expert Tao Zi, who had the famous rank 5 healing Gu of southern border, Spirit Peach Gu. There was also Yun Luo Tian, Yun clan's young clan leader, a wind path Gu master. He reached rank 3 peak stage at 23 years old, and was only a step away from rank 4 peak stage at 35 years old. More and more famous Gu masters, like sharks smelling blood, stepped onto Xianxia Mountain to compete for the 3 kings' inheritance, wanting a share of the loot. These Gu masters had at least rank 3 upper stage cultivation, and some had even reached rank 4 realm. A month later, the 4th rank 5 Gu master arrived on Xianxia Mountain. He was the Lord of Wu Mountain, a demonic path Gu master, a rank 5 poison cultivator, a true overlord of an area. 2 months later, Wu clan's Wulan Shan arrived. As the number 1 clan of the righteous path, Wu clan had always dominated southern border. The Wulan Shan who was sent here was the cousin of the current Wu clan leader. The moment she ascended the mountain, she fought with Wang Xiao. Although this battle had also ended in a draw, the battle strength she had displayed had already surpassed Ku Mo and Wu Gei. Chapter 382. A group of short red eggmen surrounded Feng Yuan and kept attacking. Is this heavenly demon an idiot? Why isn't he moving? If only heavenly demons were this stupid. Don't let your guard down. Heavenly demons are extremely cunning. Quickly kill him. Seeing that Fang Yuan was about to be killed, the red eggmen cheered in victory. But at this moment, an invisible force suddenly descended and engulfed Fang Yuan. Surrounded, Fang Yuan, who was on the verge of death, suddenly disappeared, leaving behind a group of extremely shocked red eggmen. When Fang Yuan woke up from the hazy darkness, the scene in front of him had changed greatly. It was a dark blue hall. The main hall was extremely simple and unadorned, and it was built with huge square copper bricks. Many of the bricks were covered with moss, showing the signs of time. Fang Yuan was lying in the middle of the hall. The copper brick floor on his back was cold. "I've healed your injuries." A giant tortoise slowly opened its wrinkled eyelids and stared at Fang Yuan, who was at its feet. Fang Yuan slowly crawled up from the ground, first touched his body. Sure enough, his injuries were all healed. Then he looked around the hall, his expression calm. Finally, his gaze fell on the giant turtle in front of him. This giant turtle was as big as a house. Its dark green shell was thick and hard. Its 4 limbs were like elephant legs, and there were 2 dragon whiskers hanging down from its head. Fang Yuan looked at this giant turtle. The corners of his mouth slowly curled up, his smile became wider, and finally turned into laughter. Ha! His laughter reverberated in the hall. He had taken the initiative to seek death, which was equivalent to abandoning the spring-autumn cicada. Relying only on his guesses and the information from his previous life, the risk was naturally great. It could be said that a single misstep would cause eternal regret. But the people of the demonic path had always been courageous, and were best at staking everything on one throw. Now that Fang Yuan had successfully reached the main hall, all the risks were worth it. After laughing heartily for a while, Fang Yuan stopped and said to the giant tortoise, "Earth Spirit Ba Gui, you have finally awakened from your slumber." "You know me?" The giant tortoise's balanced voice wavered. There was a trace of doubt in his old eyes. "That's right. I know you, and I also know the secret of this paradise." Fang Yuan nodded and paced back and forth with his hands behind his back. This blessed land originated from an ancient strength path Gu Immortal. Gu Immortals protect the blessed land. He fought against the earthly calamity and heavenly tribulation, but in the end, he perished in a calamity. After his death, his will combined with the heavenly power of the blessed land and formed the earth spirit. As long as I complete his dying wish, I will become the new master of this blessed land. Am I right? Fang Yuan went straight to the point and was very frank and direct. Land spirit. Even though it was a Gu Immortal, it was no longer a human, it was a pure obsession. Using a term from Earth, it was an intelligent program. As long as he reached the land spirit standard, he would be able to obtain its recognition and become the master of the blessed land. Therefore, Fang Yuan had directly said it. There would be no conspiracy between them. The giant tortoise nodded slowly. This obsession before death was the test of the blessed land. As long as you can complete it, you can become my master. And the specific content of this test is to refine the second aperture Gu, right? Fang Yuan asked. In ancient times, strength path flourished. 8 out of 10 Gu masters cultivated the strength path. This blessed land's original owner was also a strength path Gu Immortal. He had developed the recipe of second aperture Gu. Seeing that he was about to fail, Fang Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Wait, don't tell me. He started to control the 4 beast phantoms. White elephant phantom, simple and honest. Black python phantom, cold in entanglement. Stone tortoise phantom, thick like a mountain. Steed phantom, galloping like flying. These 4 beast phantoms were just tangling with each other before. Now, under Fang Yuan's control, they displayed their charm and true meaning. Rumble. A thunderous explosion occurred, and a change occurred. The yin and yang clouds moved, the yin cloud sank and the yang cloud rose. The two joined into one. The clouds surged and mixed endlessly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled continuously. So it was like this. No wonder it requires a strength path Gu master. Just having the beast phantoms is not enough. The Gu master needs to experience the true meaning of their respective beast phantoms before they can start fusing. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh of relief, understanding inwardly. Crack crack. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The sounds were like war drums, becoming more and more concentrated. Finally, they reached their limit and connected into one. Bam bam bam. Amidst the continuous explosions, the clouds completely fused into one and suddenly exploded. A strong gust of wind blew, and the clouds and smoke dispersed. Only one Gu was left in the air. This Gu was rank 5 and was shaped like a disc. Its surface was rough like the embryo of weeds. Disc Zhong inside, there was a fierce beast with a horse head, elephant tusks, tortoise body and snake tail. This is the beast strength placenta Gu. Fang Yuan's mind relaxed when he saw this Gu, and immediately fell asleep. He had spent 5 days and 5 nights on this Gu refinement. During this period, he did not sleep or rest. Multitasking, his mind was exhausted to the extreme. This sleep lasted for an entire day and night. Fang Yuan woke up. He rubbed the beast strength placenta Gu, recalling the recipe. Below it is the yang cloud that raises fire like a pill, above it is the yin cloud that drops sand like gold, adding beast phantoms in the middle until lightning flashes and the beast strength placenta is born, gathering the apertures. Next is gathering the apertures. Thinking of this, he stood up and said to the land spirit, Ba Gue, it is time. Ba Gue was straightforward. All right, I can teleport you to any place in the blessed land. Saying so, a large map appeared in front of Fang Yuan's eyes, along with all kinds of images, showing the blessed land scenery. Gu masters, hairy men, dogs and beasts, everything was clear. This is the place. Fang Yuan searched and pointed at a place. At the next moment, Fang Yuan disappeared and appeared in front of Tai Mu Bai. It's you. Tai Mu Bai was searching for the inheritance. Seeing Fang Yuan suddenly appear, he was slightly shocked. But he quickly calmed down and was about to say something, but Fang Yuan was in a rush. He waved his hand and luckily summoned a rock crocodile phantom. Tai Mu Bai's head exploded like a watermelon after being whipped by the rock crocodile's tail. He was dead. Many years ago, Wu Ge was an enslavement path Gu master. Later, he lacked resources. He could only change paths. Swoosh. Fang Yuan appeared, standing behind Wu Ge. Wu Ge was controlling the chrysanthemum Akita dogs with all his might, but did not sense Fang Yuan's arrival. If it was in the past, if he could use investigative Gu, the moment Fang Yuan appeared, he would kill him. But in this Gu immortal blessed land, he was immortal, and could only use dog enslavement Gu and other Gu. Even if his body was modified, it was weakened to nothing. Of course, this was also because Wu Gue was concentrating on controlling the dogs to fight. Fang Yuan did not waste any words. He waved his hand, and a bone spear flew out. Puchi. With a soft sound, the bone spear was like a spear. It directly pierced Wu Gui's heart, and the sharp tip of the bone spear stabbed into the ground. Wu Gui's pupils shrunk to the size of a needle. Suffering such a fatal attack made him extremely shocked and confused. Who killed me? He mumbled as blood flowed out of his mouth. He slowly turned his head, trying to see the killer's face. But in the end he lost all signs of life halfway. Wu Gui's whole body suddenly collapsed. Like a pile of mud, he hung on the bone spear. This great demonic expert, who was even more experienced than Tai Mu Bai, who had been famous for over 200 years, died just like that. When he died, His eyes were wide open, trying to see the killer who killed him. But this extremely simple wish was not fulfilled. The great Wu Gui died with everlasting regret. His death. The chrysanthemum Akita dogs that lost their master's control were immediately drowned by the lightning symbol dogs. The lightning symbol dogs roared. They pounced towards Feng Yuan. Halt. Feng Yuan waved his hand, and the golden dragon appeared again, slaughtering these lightning symbol dogs that did not know life from death. Feng Yuan quickly went to Wu Gui's corpse, and did the same thing. He first took his goo worms, and then used beast strength placenta goo to devour his aperture. Wu Gui had a rank 5 goo in his hands. It was oval, like a black rainflower stone. But there were 7 white lines on the surface, and it had a strange and sinister style. It was the Crow 7 goo. Once this goo was activated, it would emit black smoke. Any goo worm below rank 6 would be contaminated by this black smoke, and would be sealed to varying degrees, and their power would be greatly reduced. As for the other goo worms, there were 8 or 9, all rank 4. But they involved many paths and were rather messy, unlike Ku Mo's and Tai Mu Bai's goo worms. Wu Gui's goo worms, although can form an exquisite combination, are not a set. The reason why he could rampage in southern border is mainly because of the Crow 7 goo. There was no doubt that the Crow 7 goo was an extremely useful rank 5 goo. Feng Yuan obtained the Crow 7 goo, and was extremely happy. He placed the Crow 7 goo into his aperture, but the other rank 4 goo could only be kept in his pocket. His aperture was filled with many goo worms. Among them, there were 5 rank 5 goo worms, and there was no lack of rank 4 goo worms. Thus, the pressure on the aperture was huge. Of course, the most important thing was the spring-autumn cicada. This rank 6 goo was gradually recovering, and was exerting great pressure on Feng Yuan's aperture. The flow of time in the Blessed Land is 3 times that of the outside world, and it can speed up the spring-autumn cicada's recovery. I need to hurry and refine the second aperture goo as soon as possible. With the second aperture, I can greatly reduce the pressure from the spring-autumn cicada. To Feng Yuan, the situation was extremely urgent. He not only had to refine the second aperture goo, he also had to guard against the huge internal threat of the spring-autumn cicada. In terms of unity, they were comparable to chrysanthemum Akita dogs. In this King Quan inheritance, among the 100 types of dogs, only a few can become the main force. Heavy tie dogs are one of them. Lightning symbol dogs, chrysanthemum Akita dogs, steel armor dogs, these dogs. They are quite extreme, their advantages and disadvantages are obvious, they are hard to rely on. Only dogs like heavy tie dogs can be relied on. The more they have, the stronger their battle strength. Wu Shentong looked at his heavy tie dogs, feeling very satisfied. This was something that he had painstakingly accumulated with great difficulty. He did not use them in normal battles and kept them hidden. It seems like this is going to be a tough battle. I have to use the heavy tie dogs. I believe that when I move out, the other party will definitely be very shocked. Thinking of this, Wu Shentong's lips curled up, full of smiles. But in the next moment, the smile on his face froze. On the other side of the mist, heavy tie dogs also appeared. The other party also has heavy tie dogs? That's right, the other party is an enslavement path expert. Of course he knows how outstanding the heavy tie dogs are, so he accumulated them. More and more heavy tie dogs walked out of the mist. Wu Shentong squinted his eyes, his brows knitted together. So many, why does the other party have so many heavy tie dogs? The heavy tie dogs that he had always relied on as his trump card. The other party also had them. Naturally it gave Wu Shentong mental pressure. Suddenly, Wu Shentong's pupils shrunk as he stared at the mist. He saw a majestic dog king. Heavy tie dog king. The opponent actually has a heavy tie dog king. Wu Shentong saw this scene. When Wu Shentong saw this, his heart sank. With the dog king, the dog group's battle strength would increase by several times. More importantly, Wu Shentong did not have a heavy tie dog king to fight against, then his trump card. He would be pressured by the other party's dog king, causing his battle strength to decrease. As time passed, his trump card lost its effect. Tough battle. This will be an unprecedented tough battle. Who is the other party? Is it Wu Ge or Zhang Sansan? It must be one of them. Wu Ge is more likely. Wu Shentong had already lost his confidence in the battle. The other party's army is stronger than mine. I will lose more than win this battle. If I can win this battle, it will be a narrow victory. My losses will be disastrous. I will not be able to continue. Wu Shentong was already feeling regret. But very quickly, his feelings were no longer as simple as regret. His eyes became bigger and bigger. His mouth also subconsciously opened. His eyeballs were popping out, as if someone was punching him from behind. And the expression on his face changed from surprise to shock, then from shock to fear. In the fog, not only did the heavy tie dogs continue to surge out in large numbers, there were also green hua dogs, smoke song dogs, light dogs, and star hounds. Green hua dog, covered in green scales, handsome and extraordinary. Smoke song dog, emitting smoke from its nose and mouth, arrogant and untamed. Light dog, covered in white fur, bright and gentle. Star hound, tall and slender, proud and outstanding. How is this possible? Wu Shentong shouted. Green hua, smoke song, light heng, star heng, heavy tai. They each have their own merits. They are also known as the 5 great mountain dogs. They can form a vast army formation. How did he gather so many dog beasts? What made Wu Shentong even more in disbelief was that not only did the other party have a large number of 5 great mountain dogs, they even had a dog king among them. Who is he? How can he have so many dog beasts? Unbelievable! Is this an illusion? The dog beasts were still surging out in large numbers. Wu Shentong's spirit was greatly impacted. During the crucial period of Gu refinement, Fang Yuan would need to focus all his attention on the Gu refinement. The land spirit would also be extremely weak and could only rely on the dogs to defend. Thus, Fang Yuan naturally had to first eliminate the few most threatening enslavement path Gu masters. After a while, Fang Yuan killed Zhang Sansan very smoothly. Even the likes of Wu Ge and Wu Shentong. They were all killed by Fang Yuan, so Zhang Sansan naturally could not escape his demonic claws. But after his death, he gave Fang Yuan a pleasant surprise. From Zhang Sansan's aperture, Fang Yuan actually obtained a rank 5 slavery Gu. Slavery Gu, from rank 1 to rank 5. Once this gu was planted, it could control the gu master. Rank 5 slavery gu could control a rank 5 gu master for its own use. It was extremely rare and precious. Back then, on Qing Mao Mountain, Guyue clan's 4th generation clan leader fought with the flower wine monk. After losing, he begged for mercy, saying he was willing to plant the slavery gu and listen to the flower wine monk's orders. Finally, the flower wine monk was deceived by these words, and due to his carelessness, he was counterattacked by the 4th generation clan leader, dying regretfully on Qing Mao Mountain. Famous gu masters really cannot be underestimated. This Xianxia is an enslavement path gu master. It is not strange for him to have a slavery gu. The reason why he did not use it was because he wanted to wait for a good opportunity to get a rank 5 expert. After all, it is a rank 5 slavery gu. If he used it on a rank 4 gu master, it would be a loss. Fang Yuan thought for a while and guessed Zhang Sansan's thoughts. Looking at the beast placenta gu, its aptitude was close to 90%, he only needed to kill one more person. Of course, the immortal essence he had was used up, so Fang Yuan could only kill one more person. With this slavery gu, I can control one more person. Sigh, if I knew Zhang Sansan had such a gu, I would have killed him first and used the slavery gu to subdue a rank 5 gu master. Fang Yuan felt regret. If he could use this gu to subdue Tai Mu Bai, it would be very beneficial to his gu refinement. Even if it was not Tai Mu Bai, Wu Ge, Ku Mo, Wu Lan Shan and Chou Jiu were all very good targets. But now, these gu masters were dead and Fang Yuan could only subdue a rank 4 expert at most, but he used a rank 5 gu. It was like using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. It was definitely a waste. But even though the rank 5 slavery gu was extremely rare, Fang Yuan still had to use it. He took a huge risk in refining the second aperture gu, and with a second rank 4 gu master by his side, it was undoubtedly safer. But in the Blessed Land, there were so many rank 4 gu masters. Who should Fang Yuan subdue? But such details, as long as the person involved didn't say it, who would know? Moreover, since his rebirth, he had changed many things. Whether Long Qingtian's incident was something that happened in his previous life, it was hard to say. Forget about the beast placenta gu. What's worse is that this world is already poisoned by the jade sky gu. Sooner or later the poison will take effect. By then, this world will rot and turn into a green light, forming a huge hole. Fang Yuan looked at this world. The green color was getting darker and spreading outwards. Such a hole would accelerate the decline of the Blessed Land. This also meant that the land spirit would be weakened. If it were a younger Blessed Land, as long as I have enough immortal essence, even if I can't cure the poison, I can get rid of this mutated area and make up for the hole. But this Blessed Land is too old. It lacks immortal essence. Once this hole forms, it will be the straw that breaks the camel's back. Sigh, I don't have much time left to refine gu. I need to hurry. At this point, Fang Yuan's merciless massacre finally came to an end. He returned to the hall and continued to refine gu, racing against time. Time passed day by day. The pressure from spring-autumn cicada increased day by day. Fang Yuan slept for an hour on average every day, crazily squeezing out his potential. Under his desperate efforts, although there were many inevitable failures in the gu refinement process, the overall progress was quite fast. The land spirit praised him repeatedly. While Fang Yuan was moving towards success, his younger brother was also in high spirits. Central Continent, Tian Ti Mountain. At the center of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, on Dang Hun Mountain, Fang Zheng climbed up with great effort, surpassing one figure after another. During this period of time, he had become the center of attention, attracting many people's attention. It's him, that crane gates Fang Zheng. He surpassed another person. Someone was envious. Fang Zheng. Looking at Fang Zheng's climbing figure, Fairy Bai Xia had a complex gaze. This kid is indeed strange. Looking at this trend, I'm afraid he will be the first to reach the top. Wei Wuxiang, who had enmity towards Fang Zheng, had to admit that Fang Jing had a high chance of winning. Fang Jing used both his hands and feet to climb. He breathed heavily, and with the help of Master Tenshuru he surpassed one elite after another of the 10 sections. Eventually, only 3 people were left above him: Xiao Qi Xing, Ying Xing Ji, and Feng Kim Hong. This kid has finally caught up to the first echelon. It was not in vain that I used my own Wei Gu. He Fengyang had been paying attention, and seeing this situation he let out a sigh of relief. If there are no accidents, the winner will be one of these 4. A Gu Immortal transmitted. Crane Gate speed is quite fast, hee, but who will emerge victorious is hard to say until the final moment. Indeed, Crane Gate is only 4th currently. There is a clear gap between him and the top 3. Chapter 395. At the peak of Xianxia Mountain, there was only one light pillar left. However, a grayish-black plane appeared in front of everyone like an illusion. It was like it was separated by a layer of gauze, like a dream. How could there be a plane on the mountain peak? This was caused by Xiaomeng punching a hole in the Blessed Land. For a moment, Xianxia Mountain was silent. Some Gu masters were dazed, some were shocked, some looked at each other, but no one moved. Xiao Mang snorted in his heart and secretly signaled to someone in the crowd with his eyes. A Gu master immediately ran out from the crowd. Lord Xiao Mang is invincible, forcefully punching a hole in the Blessed Land. This way, we are no longer restricted by the 3 kings' inheritance and can all enter. After shouting this, he jumped out of the crowd, and with a few leaps, he passed through the hole and entered the Blessed Land. He activated his Gu worms in front of everyone. 1, 2, 3. Near this hole, the restriction of heaven and earth was weak, allowing him to activate 3 Gu worms. This scene immediately caused a commotion in the crowd. Countless people woke up from their stupor, breathing heavily. Being able to use Gu worms meant they had the ability to protect themselves. This also meant the risk of entering the Blessed Land was greatly reduced. But the performance was not over yet. This Gu master suddenly ran back and jumped out of the Blessed Land, successfully returning to Xianxia Mountain. Haha. He laughed loudly and cupped his fists toward Xiao Mang. Thank you, Lord, for making an exception. Xiao Mang chuckled. No need to thank me, no need to thank me. I only feel that everyone should have the right to compete for the treasures of heaven and earth. It is too much for a limited few people to hog it all. But how much you can snatch will depend on yourselves. Lord Xiaomang's benevolence is unparalleled. Lord Xiaomang is such a good person. His elder brother is Xiao Shan, great hero Xiao. Truly a dragon and tiger brother. Among the rank 5 Gu masters on Xianxia Mountain, only Lord Xiaomang can think for us weaklings. He is truly a role model of the righteous path, so benevolent. Everyone cheered unceasingly. Fawning words entered Xiaomang's ears like a tide. The crowd surged as large numbers of Gu masters rushed into the Blessed Land. A bunch of idiots. Xiao Mang said with a warm smile on his face, but in his heart he was sneering. Compared to Tai Mu Bai and Wu Gei, the time I came to Xianxia Mountain is still too late. The inheritances of King Quan and King Exen had all been taken by someone else. Only the inheritance of King Bao was left. Damn it. I have long wanted to plead with my father and the other elders, but these people only cared about Xiao Shan's illness. Isn't it better for him to die? That way, I can become the young clan leader. Alas, I coaxed and pestered before getting permission to come to Xianxia Mountain, but it's already too late. How can I compare to the accumulation of those people from before? Only by destroying the Blessed Land and creating a loophole will I be able to benefit from it. For this Blessed Land, the more people that enter, the heavier the burden. The suppression of heaven and earth is getting weaker and weaker. So what if you guys obtain the inheritance? I can use my goo worms to snatch it. The inheritances of King Bao, King Quan, and King Xian are all mine. Even if I can't get it, none of you can. Alright, that's about it. Fang Yuan looked at the surroundings and nodded in satisfaction. This bronze hull was located on a hill. The hill was not a dangerous peak, but a gentle slope that extended to the surroundings. Such a terrain was not easy to defend, but thankfully, there were many dog beasts, and with their numbers, they could slightly make up for it. Chapter 397. They're here. Bai Ningbing's gaze flickered, her expression became nervous as she quickly mobilized the dog group. The originally still dog pack formation began to move like a giant millstone. As for these goo masters who charged in, they had all turned into green beans and yellow beans. In just a moment, they were ground into bean dregs. Most of them died. The rest saw that the situation was bad and quickly retreated. The Demonic Path Alliance army suffered a huge loss. Over 1,000 people were sent in, but only a few hundred returned in defeat. Young Master Wu Tian, did you see clearly? Li Chang was the first to speak. I followed your instructions and charged in. In the first wave, we met the Iron Shield dogs. We fought and retreated, moving to the left, but were attacked by the Lightning Symbol dogs and Chrysanthemum Akita dogs. There were too many of them. We could not kill them all. After fighting for a while, we could only retreat. Bao Tong's temper became even more violent. I led 800 people, but I did not hear any battle cries from the northwest direction. Instead, I heard people fighting in the southeast direction. I led my army to attack, but was immediately attacked by lightning symbol dogs, hedge dogs, and corpse-eating dogs. Hu Mei Er's expression was also unsightly. Young Master Wu Tian, I listened to you and prepared to attack. But after charging for 800 steps, we did not encounter any dog groups. Just as we were feeling suspicious, we suddenly saw dog groups surrounding us from all directions. Thankfully, I turned around and counterattacked, otherwise, I would have lost my life there. Li Xian was expressionless, standing at the side. His group was prepared to protect the scattered goo masters and face the pursuing dog groups. But while there were scattered soldiers, none of the dogs chased after them, causing him to stand there for a long time. Mo Wu Tian's expression was grim. After a while, he spoke, I can see the exact situation more clearly than you. This dog group has someone commanding them. It is not a dead formation, but a living one. That is why you all returned in defeat. Everyone was shocked. There is someone commanding them? Who could it be? Mo Wu Tian shook his head. The fog is too thick, I can only vaguely see and cannot see clearly. There is definitely a mastermind behind this. Only human intelligence can make such a brilliant reaction. But don't worry, I have a deep understanding of the enslavement path. You only need to attack like this to break the encirclement and obtain the goo immortal inheritance. Their faces were stained with blood. They looked at each other for a while because of Mo Wu Tian's rank 5 strength and the temptation of the immortal treasure. They reluctantly nodded. But this time, they still returned in failure. In fact, the losses were even more severe than the last time. The mastermind has great attainments in the enslavement path. I underestimated him. Mo Wu Tian frowned deeply. Just now, his plan was thorough, and the 4 sides cooperated ingeniously, but he didn't expect the other party to react so quickly, as if seeing through his plan in an instant. The mobilization of troops was neither too fast nor too slow. The 4 paths were destroyed one after another. His movements vaguely had the demeanor of a master. Mo Wu Tian, you have to give me an explanation. We fought with our lives on the line and lost so many people. Not even a strand of immortal treasure could be seen. Is it fun for you to stand there and watch? You are a rank 5 Gu master now. You should do your part. Bao Tong shouted angrily as he covered his injuries. Oh, you want an explanation? Then I will give you a satisfactory explanation. Mo Wu Tian laughed sinisterly, his purple eyes suddenly lighting up. You! Bao Tong was caught off guard. He stared at Mo Wu Tian with all his might, unable to move. Chapter 405. Fixed star goo is like a noose around my neck. Although I have methods to get rid of it, I need a lot of time to prepare. To get rid of fixed star goo, Bai Ning Bing would have to retrieve it personally. Or I can chop off my left forearm. Fang Yuan had a strong impulse. Fixed star goo was hidden in Fang Yuan's left forearm. If Fang Yuan gave up on his left arm, the 4 old-timers of Tai clan would only be able to grab Fang Yuan's severed limb. But this way, Fang Yuan would lose his left arm. In the future, he would have to heal it and regrow it, creating something out of nothing. It would take a lot of effort. Not to mention the trouble in healing it. Once he cut off his left arm, it would be like alerting the enemy. Tai clan and Bai Ning Bing would immediately understand that Fang Yuan had sensed something and would most likely attack. This way, Tai clan and Bai Ning Bing would be added to the battle formation. To Fang Yuan, this situation was no doubt worse than his previous life. I cannot alert the enemy. I was lucky to be reborn. Compared to my previous life, my only advantage is that I know the development of the situation. If I beat them at their own game, I can use Tai clan and Bai Ning Bing for the time being. Once I cut off my arm, Not only would Tai Bai and the rest be pushed to the opposite side, the situation would also change and deviate from my previous life's development. My advantage of rebirth would be lost. But if he did not cut off his arm, how could he get out of this desperate situation and launch a counterattack? Fang Yuan thought carefully. All sorts of people, events, and factors flashed through his mind. Wang Xiao, Chou Jiu, Wu Shentong, Zhang San, Long Qing Tian, Xiao Meng, Tai Ruanan by Ningbing, Mo Wu Tian, Yen Jun, Feng Tianyu, Enslavement Gu, Jade Sky Gu Poison, Land Spirit, Bronze Hull, Immortal Essence, Fixed Star Gu, Second Aperture Gu, Undefeated 100 Battles Gu. Countless choices would give rise to countless possibilities. Countless possibilities would influence each other. Fang Yuan's mind moved rapidly. All sorts of inspiration collided like flint in the darkness. What could he do to protect himself and also protect the greatest benefits? He racked his brains. In just a short period of time, his ears were buzzing. Wait! Suddenly, Fang Yuan's body shook. Perhaps, if I take a step back, I'll be able to see the world? Should I be more far-sighted? An unimaginable thought formed in his mind. No, the risk is even greater if I do that. He shook his head and muttered to himself as he rejected this idea. But this idea, however, it was like an old tree that had taken root and could not be shaken off. If I succeed in doing this, then my gains will be even greater. Fang Yuan's eyes shone brightly. But in the next moment he subconsciously shook his head. If there is a slight mistake in the calculation of this method, it will be useless. I will be consigned to eternal damnation, worse than falling into Tai Ruanan's hands. After all, the spring and autumn cicada has already been used once, and there is no possibility of it being reused in a short period of time. As he thought about it, Fang Yuan's gaze gradually deepened. Suddenly, he chuckled and said, "Since when have I, a great demon overlord of my generation, been so timid and overcautious? As long as there was a glimmer of hope, one should be brave enough to take action. As long as there were monstrous benefits, you should disregard your own safety. Riches are sought in danger. What stable victory, slowly accumulating? I want to reach heaven in one step. That's right, this is the plan. If I fail, I will die without a burial ground. If I succeed, I will be like a dragon rising to heaven. It will be even more beneficial to my future plans. Life is a blur. It is just a huge gamble. Little Beast King, don't be rash. Let's talk about it." Chapter 407. Extreme Light Gu. Providence Gu. Empty Fist Gu. Killer Move, Immemorial Light Fist. Xiao Meng stood at the peak of Sancha Mountain, activating his killer move as the whole sky turned dark. A fist formed from light, the size of a mountain, descended from the sky and pierced through the membrane embryo of the blessed land. In an instant, the whole blessed land shook, a huge hole formed, connecting the inside and outside, allowing Gu masters to enter and leave unobstructed. Charge, everything in the blessed land is ours. Quickly snatch it, it will be too late if we don't. Unfortunately, the big head and essence were all taken by those experts. Leaving some scraps for us, that is not bad. If I can luckily obtain King Xian inheritance and King Bao inheritance, how good would that be? Countless people cheered, entering the blessed land, causing the pressure on the blessed land to rise, creating a huge chaos. That's it, a bunch of idiots. Xiao Meng sneered in his heart, slowly stepping into the blessed land. The bronze hall also regained its calm after this commotion. The land spirit transmitted to Fang Yuan, So you were waiting for this commotion to pass, so close. If there was such a huge disturbance during the Gu refinement, the consequences would be unthinkable. You are indeed a Gu immortal who has been reborn. Fang Yuan chuckled, replying in his heart, I am not only a Gu immortal, I am also your future master. Bague, you need to know, only I am the best candidate to refine the immortal Gu. The more you cooperate with me, the higher the possibility of us refining the immortal Gu. Next, I remember there are 2 more commotion, we need to avoid them as much as possible. Alright, let's start the Gu refinement now. Fang Yuan threw out the fake Gu in his second aperture. The land spirit cooperated closely, the bronze cauldron ignited without any fire, the remaining immortal essence started to burn rapidly. The immortal essence turned into a green smoke. It slowly rose up, wrapping around the fake Gu. The fake Gu floated above the bronze cauldron, being wrapped by the green smoke, it slowly turned into a ball of bright yellow light. Fang Yuan focused his mind, harmonizing the green qi and yellow light in an orderly manner. In his previous life, he refined Gu with Feng Tianyu. Now that he was the only one in charge, the process was much slower. Mo Wu Tian came to the edge of the fog alone. His pair of purple pupils. Deep and mysterious, yet wild and coquettish. Under the purple pupil, the fog became indistinct, and a sea of dog beasts appeared in Mo Wu Tian's vision. The defenses are tight. I won't be able to break through them by myself. Looks like I still have to borrow strength. He turned around and found Hu Mei moments later. Young Master Wu Tian, you have already reached rank 5. Hu Mei was shocked by Mo Wu Tian's progress. When Mo Wu Tian revealed the news of the immortal treasury, Hu Mei was also hooked and expressed her full support. But when they set off, he found out that the news about the immortal treasury had already spread throughout the blessed land. After the 2 of them asked around, they found out that the person who spread the news was the killer ghost Dr. Chojio. Right now, he had already gathered a large number of demonic Gu masters. He was about to head to the Bronze Hall. Mo Wu Tian frowned. Most of the demonic Gu masters had already gathered together. He could not gather many people now. In terms of influence, he was no match for Chojio. Mo Wu Tian was still a newbie. But Chojio was a veteran who had been in southern border for many years, and was also one of the 4 great doctors. Many people requested his help, and he was quite influential even in the righteous path. Without a choice, Mo Wu Tian could only join Chojio's group. Chojio patted Mo Wu Tian's shoulder and said kindly, Brother Wu Tian, let's wait and see. I advised you not to advance too rashly. Now that so many of us have died, I feel sad. His voice was very loud, causing Mo Wu Tian's eyes to twitch in anger. This old man is sinister. If I break through the encirclement, it will be because of him. If I fail, he'll push all the blame onto me. I underestimated the dog formation. I thought it was a dead formation, but to think there was a Gu master manipulating it from behind the scenes. Such reaction speed and methods? He definitely has deep attainments in the enslavement path. Damn it. Mo Wu Tian gritted his teeth, but could do nothing. In his previous life, he could force the demons to sell their lives for him. But now that he had a rank 5 Gu master like Chojio, he naturally could not be as unrestrained as he was in his previous life. Let's wait for a while, the righteous path will gather soon, we can discuss it again. After all, we only have one life. If we rush up and give the righteous path an advantage, that would not be good. Chojio arranged. Lord Ghost Doctor is right. Lord Ghost Doctor is steady, caring for the lives of us small fries. A doctor has the heart of a parent. Lord Ghost Doctor is after all an old senior of our demonic path. Mo Wu Tian gritted his teeth, wishing he could kill Chojio, that old fart. After delaying for a while, the righteous path Gu masters also gathered, led by Xiao Mang. They charged forward several times but returned in defeat. Xiao Mang was thinking about the unopened King Bao inheritance and was anxious, using his killer move again. Extreme Light Gu. Self-Will Gu. Bright Spear Gu. Killer move, glory of my spear. A magnificent light spear that was 6 feet long and 6 feet wide landed on the hill. An intense explosion occurred, the wind blew, and after the piercing white light dissipated, the fog that shrouded the hill also dissipated. In the bronze hall, the magnificent dog group was displayed in front of everyone's eyes. The righteous and demonic experts saw this, feeling both agitated and cold. The immortal treasure was right in front of them, but the dog group was so huge, how could they rush up? Only the righteous and demonic path could work together. The knowledgeable people all thought of this point. Xiao Mang looked towards the demonic path, and Mo Wutian also looked towards the righteous path. The trend of working together was obvious. It was just a matter of which side would compromise first. Time passed second by second. Cho Jio was unperturbed, sizing up the dog group. Xiao Mang's expression was solemn, and he closed his eyes to rest. He was the second clan leader of Xiao tribe, a famous figure of the righteous path. How could he lower his head to the demonic path first? If these words were to spread, it would be detrimental to his reputation. The second tremor is over, Ba Gui, my hidden pawn has taken effect, they will not attack for a while. Let's continue refining Gu. Feng Yuan summoned the land spirit. While the righteous and demonic paths were in a deadlock, Feng Yuan started refining Gu again. At this moment, the green gas and yellow light finally fused successfully. The green gas turned into green grass, growing in the air. The yellow light turned into flowers, falling down and decorating it. Feng Yuan took out a dagger and cut his artery, spurting out his own blood essence. A large amount of blood essence poured over. The green gas and yellow light made a sizzling sound and turned into a red cloud, like a raging blood sea. The blood water surged, but it only formed into a ball, floating in the air, and did not spread. After another round of fusion and evolution, the ball of smoke finally formed into a field, with scarlet red rice growing on it. Feng Yuan saw this and let out a breath of turbid air. He deceived the land spirit and purposely stalled for time, to create such a special environment and convince the land spirit to refine this Gu. Like second aperture Gu, this Gu was also an immortal Gu. The recipe was recorded in The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 2, Section 3. The Legends of Renzu was the #1 classic of Gu. Xiao Mang was not an idiot. After realizing this, he immediately stopped his killer move. The torrential light river was cut off. Everyone let out the loudest gasp. No! Feng Tianyu even howled in pain, his heart aching. Grief and despair. In his vision, the torrential light river was like a ribbon that had been cut, floating down powerlessly. In just 3 breaths of time, the Gu master inside the light river would fly out. And this short period of time was not enough for the immortal Gu to be nurtured. But how could Feng Yuan not expect this? Third watch Gu. Third watch Gu. He activated the 2 third watch Gu towards the cocoon. Immediately, time accelerated by 9 times, and the immortal Gu's aura rose sharply. He used a time path Gu worm to speed up. Feng Tianyu crawled up from the ground like he had been electrocuted. His eyes shined and his face flushed red. There was still hope? But soon, the excited flush turned pale. Feng Tianyu looked like he had lost his parents. With a plop, he sat on the ground in a daze, howling in grief. It is useless. This speed is like quenching thirst with poison. If the immortal goo is nurtured too quickly, its aura will not be stable and it will self-detonate. But how could Feng Yuan not expect this? He took out a goo worm. This goo did not look good. It looked like a gray round stone. In his previous life, Feng Yuan had obtained it from Feng Tianyu. In this life, it was given to him by killer ghost Dr. Choujio. Wagoo. Undefeated 100 battles. Undefeated 100 battles goo, a rank 5 consumable goo. Once it was used, the goo master could refine a goo for sure. At the next moment, Feng Tianyu was stunned, hugging his head. He screamed in joy, "This is impossible." Because he felt the immortal goo's aura had miraculously stabilized. The cocoon broke open. A green butterfly flew out, fixed immortal travel goo. It really is an immortal goo. How beautiful. Who the hell is he? He actually refined an immortal goo. At once, everyone's hearts were in turmoil. Be they in the know or not, they were speechless and shocked to the extreme. Xiao Mang was dumbfounded. Mo Wu Tian was dazed. Is this a reenactment of a legend? Which era am I living in? Feng Yuan flew out of the river of light. Fixed immortal travel goo was flying around him. Every time it flapped its wings, it would emit a vibrant green light. It was like jade shavings, extremely beautiful. Of course, Feng Yuan had paid a hefty price. A rank 5 killer move was no joke. Golden Soup Goo died of old age, Golden Aurora Goo and others were also greatly damaged. The black wings on his back were also badly damaged. As the golden soup faded, Feng Yuan's true appearance was revealed. At once, the whole battlefield was in an uproar. Who is he? Mo Wu Tian's pupils shrunk. It's little beast king. Hu Mei Er and Li Xian were completely stunned. It's him. Yihua's eyes almost popped out. It's actually him. Jiao Huang and Meng Tu looked at each other, shivering. They could see each other's fear, lingering fear and joy. We actually had the guts to assassinate such a strong enemy? A man who could refine an immortal goo? Feng Yuan. By Ning Bing, Tai Ruanan and the others who knew the truth stood like statues as they witnessed this miracle. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, during the immemorial era, verdant great sun flapped his wings and refined fixed immortal travel goo. And now, Feng Yuan was doing the same. Using his mortal body, he performed such a magnificent feat under everyone's watchful eyes. Once this matter spread, his name would shake southern border and spread throughout the world. You really refined the immortal goo fixed immortal travel. Amazing. As expected of a future goo immortal. The land spirit's praise resounded in Feng Yuan's ears. Feng Yuan laughed heartily. Fixed immortal travel goo can allow a goo master to move unhindered in the world and go to any place they want. Now, only this many are left. The land spirit pouted. When she spoke of the earthly calamity, her eyes showed fear and panic. At the same time, she waved her small hand. Smoke surged in the air, showing the eastern and northern parts of the Blessed Land. Feng Yuan saw. The eastern part of the Blessed Land was in a mess. Smoke and dust were everywhere. Many meteorite craters were densely packed, and black flames were burning around the craters. The flames burned quietly without making any sound, but it showed the terrifying intent within. And in the northern part, there was a vast expanse of white water. Dark clouds lingered, drizzling rain fell, the sound of water surged, it was dark and gloomy. Grass and flowers could be seen on the surface of the water, as well as floating fox corpses. This is the black flame meteor, as well as the dark cloud white sea. Seeing such a tragic scene, Feng Yuan's heart sank. The earthly calamity was extremely powerful, and there were countless types. It was impossible to defend against. Every 10 years, it would cause a destructive threat to the Blessed Land. Who Immortal had defended it 5 times, and even lost her life. And the wounds left by the previous earthly calamities were still there, and had not been completely healed. This situation was extremely bad news for Feng Yuan. Who Immortal Blessed Land had 6 million mu of land, but with the northern and eastern parts gone, she immediately lost 2 million mu of land. Such a loss was too severe. I need to get rid of these 2 big problems. To suppress the black flames and the flood, I have spent a lot of immortal essence. Feng Yuan muttered softly. But immediately after, Who Immortal Land Spirit told him an even worse piece of news. Master, the biggest problem is here. Look, this is left behind by the 5th earthly calamity. She waved her hand and the scene changed. Feng Yuan saw that on a burnt black grassland, a figure formed from blue lightning was sitting cross-legged on the ground. It was not tall, and had an enchanting body, but was formed purely from lightning, shining with blue light, emitting an extremely terrifying might. Human-shaped lightning, this is the earthly calamity, blue charm shadow. Feng Yuan sucked in a breath of cold air. This human-shaped lightning was also one of the earthly calamities, and had extremely strong battle strength, comparable to a rank 6 Gu Immortal. Feng Yuan saw this and immediately understood, the culprit that killed Who Immortal was probably this blue charm shadow. The original Who Immortal was an enslavement path Gu master, and could control fox groups. Enslavement path Gu masters were both strong and weak, and were easily countered by beheading the leader. Although there were many fox groups, they could not block the blue charm shadow. Eventually, Who Immortal was killed by the shadow, and lost her life. Damn it, why is there such a lightning demon in this blessed land? Feng Yuan's expression turned extremely ugly. He still had ways to deal with the previous problems. However, this humanoid lightning was already beyond the scope of his current abilities. Master, you need to be careful when you go out. This human-shaped lightning will roam around the Blessed Land. It only dares not get close to Dang Hun Mountain. The land spirit's adorable face was bathed in the blue lightning, and her voice was slightly trembling. Although this shadow is an earthly calamity, it is also one of the living beings. Since it is a living being, it has a soul, and once it gets close to Dang Hun Mountain, its soul will be turned to ashes. Feng Yuan had already calmed down. Maybe I can use Dang Hun Mountain to get rid of this shadow? But how can I lure it? Feng Yuan's mind moved, and he felt his ears buzzing again. He shook his head and did not think too much. What other bad news do you have? Tell me all of them. He smiled bitterly and asked the land spirit.